Broadcasting to you live from the Orion spiral arm of the Milky Way galaxy, the solar system, planet Earth, North America, the United States of America, no longer Los Angeles, California, to be pseudo-specific. My name is BrianEngelman, and today is Monday, September the 15th, 2025. And this right here, the thing that you are watching is called the TNAM Daily Show. What does TNAM stand for? Stands for this, the New American Media. And what do we stand for? Just trying to figure out what's really going on, because the people who we grew up thinking were going to let us know what is going on, they've been lying to us, they've been manipulating us, they've been abusing us, they've been pitting us against each other, they've been infuriating us, they've been threatening us, they've been attacking us, and that's been coming from everywhere. That's coming from Democrat politicians. That's coming from the education system at large, when 9 out of 10 teachers, depending on the study that you look at, are exclusively Democrat. The weaponization of the teachers' unions, the weaponization under the Biden administration with the COVID situation, with the medical industrial complex. It's been coming to us through the media that we thought we tune into these people so they can tell us who, what, where, when, why. Who, what, where, when, why. Just the facts, Jacks. Just the facts, Jack. Pop quiz. Actually, that's a pop culture pop quiz question of the day. What's that from? Just the facts, Jack. Type it in the comments. Hello, everybody in comments, by the way. Let me pull you up. It's been hitting us from MSNBC and CNN. And how many family members have you lost to these mind-rotting lies, the constant rage bait, who are acolytes of the Obama doctrine to divide as racial arsonists every step of the way, every divisive step of the way. It's not just race. It's sex. It's man and woman pitted against each other. It's the gender dysphoria of you are now someone who can become someone else. You can wave a magic wand or snap your fingers or get this surgery or take this pill, and you too can drop 100 pounds. You too can magically grow back your hair. You too could be everything you want to be. In fact, you could even get pregnant as a boy. Here you go. And if you have a disagreement with that, and that doesn't make sense to you, and you look at the people pushing this, and you ask the questions and the motivations, and you ask, where's the love for the people who are suffering through gender dysphoria? You either say 2 + 2 is 5, or you're literally on a hit list. We've been watching it over and over and over and over again. The left have created an army that they can whip into a frenzy and flip a light switch on. You saw it with George Floyd, and it sickened all of us. People who have lived in small suburbs or out in the country, or people who have lived in big cities. I've done both. I've done the suburbs, I've done country, I've done city. And my heart broke for these riots across the city, these Democrat fomented, big government, George Soros funded NGO riots, killing people, robbing everything not nailed down, burning things down, threatening everybody. Do what I say or else. Shut up or else. We've been threatened for fucking decades. Decades of this shit. It's not just Obama. This goes back. Oh, well, Trump has bad. He has aggressive narratives too. Okay. Who weaponized all of the federal governments against we the people? That was Obama. Staged a coup, multiple coups. That was Obama, Clinton. This is a recent phenomenon where you've turned all of your intelligence agencies, your CIA, your NSA, your TSA, DHS, just dump the alphabet soup onto the table. Whatever 3 letters pop up, weaponized by this brand of demonic Democrats. Not all Democrats are demons, but you've all been subjected to demonic programming, confusing programming, violent programming, abusive programming. You've been groomed, you've been led astray, you've been lied to. The number of times in the past couple of days that I've seen people sharing clips out of context and then saying, well, he deserved it. Come on, you saw what he said. Screw that guy. Of course, he got what was coming to him. He got what was coming to him for speaking. for having the opinion that's different than yours. Do you understand that that's literally the fascism that you've been screeching at me about for 40 years? My whole life, I've been hearing this narrative, this bullshit narrative. I call it the Obama doctrine because he's the one that perfected it. This goes back to Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton. This goes back to all the racial arsonists that have been pushing this divisive stuff nonstop. And now it's whatever issue you want. What are the rumors? Israel did it because Charlie was asking questions and noticing things. Is that true? Well, some people say, no. It's a Nick Fuentes. It's a Groyper. It's a Groyper. He was so far right, he thought Charlie Kirk was too moderate. So they were the ones behind it. No, look, it was a white guy. See, white guys are the big problem in America, said Biden, with Obama's hand so far up his ass as a puppet, you could hardly distinguish the two. And I know Obama got a chuckle. I was asked one time. They said, Barack, if you could serve another term, maybe in your basement, in a pair of pajamas, maybe watching a White Sox game, maybe showing a replay of when I, very clumsily threw that ball left-handed in mom jeans, white shoes, looking like Steph Curry out there. If I could have an earpiece, talking to the man and the president up there, and I would say, here's what I want him to do, or her, could have been her or her. Maybe I would serve a third term. That's exactly what we got when Trump was thrown out of office in a coup in 2020. By the way, under duress, I have to tell you this about countervailing views. If there's any issues regarding health or elections, you need to go to cdc.gov and who.int and cisa.gov/rumor control. You need to go find countervailing views because they'll tell you that was totally normal. Nothing to see here. They might even lie and say that all these courts ruled in favor of the proceedings as they were, despite the fact that what was happening is all the courts were ruling that nobody had standing to challenge it, which is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Because if you're in agreement with 50 states, you all have standing. If you're in a shared partnership over your vote counts to throw my vote away and steal money from me through policies and decisions that are going to impact the whole globe, of course we all have standing. The courts kept ruling nobody had standing. They might give you those narratives. They might tell you that a mostly peaceful protest, because with 600,000 people in Washington, D.C. on January 6th, it was a mostly peaceful protest. And then as Ilhan Omar said, some people did some things. And then a whole bunch of people just walked around the Capitol and took pictures and walked out. That's what everybody else was doing. And there was a crowd that was crushing. And it was a way to ease the pressure of the crowd to let them through. And they were weaponized. They were villainized, vilified. What is that Disturbed song? I get stupefied. Ooh, yeah, stupefied. I can almost hear the hook in my head. Just, I get stupefied. Anyway. We've been led so far astray, we can't even see the path anymore. And this weekend, people went back to church trying to find their way. How did your church do? Type it in your comments. Did anyone go to church? And if you did, how did they do? How would you grade them? What did they do well? What did they fail on? Let's be harsh. I was not satisfied by what I found. And then upon further reflection, I'm actually less impressed than I was in the moment and the immediate aftermath of it. I'm even less impressed. And I'll break that down on the show today. No need to call out the particular place or the particular people. And by the way, if you call somebody out, it doesn't mean that you're calling for anything ill to happen to them. The difference, as I've found in the past few days, maybe you found this as well, maybe when most of the leftists say, that's karma, that's karma. And when people on the right say, are you seriously mocking and celebrating this moment? Buddy, you're going to get some karma. Your soul's eternal. And when you end up on the other side, I don't think you're going to like the result of how you handled yourself here. This is disgusting. This is vile. This is unacceptable. No, we can't let you work in the medical industry where you could determine life or death decisions about my healthcare or my family's healthcare or my friend's healthcare. You're fucking gone. You're all out of these positions. If you're saying it's okay to kill Charlie Kirk, you're saying it's okay to kill me. You're saying it's okay to kill every one of the regulars sitting here at the bar today. That's what you're telling me. No, you don't get to work in the medical industry anymore. You know what? You don't get to be a teacher anymore if you think it's okay and you thought it was funny. And Charlie Kirk got the karma that was coming to him. Well, he said, you got to break a couple eggs to make an omelet. He said, there's going to be some shootings in America if you're going to have guns. So he got what he got. Fuck you. And you're not allowed to be a teacher anymore. Stay away from our children forever. Forever. You monster. You demon. That dude was speaking his mind. And you know what? You know what I found? I met Charlie Kirk. He had 0 seconds to spare, literally walking on stage at the Politicon event in Los Angeles 2018. Trying to come up with a quick question, knowing whatever. I took way too much time introducing myself and formulating a question. I should have got to it quicker, but you know what? I got what I got. And Charlie had 0 seconds to spare. He had a handler walking him literally onto the stairs. He had 0 seconds to spare, so he gave me 20. He gave me a soundbite. He said the truth always wins. Talking in 2018 about what's about the resurgence with the Trump administration and the different change in policy away from some of the Obama things. And he said, you know what? The truth always wins. That's why people are speaking out. He had 0 seconds to spare, and he gave me 20, gave me a soundbite, and he shook my hand. Said something along the lines, and I look forward to speaking with you more after the event. And I don't remember what I was doing, actually. I have a complete mental block. Did I go sit down, or was I on the way for another interview? I think I left the event even. And I met him, and he's actually in the intro to this show, along with John McAfee. May both of your eternal souls rest in peace with our Heavenly Father in the afterlife, whatever that is. I believe there's some sort of an energy. You can call it a soul. You can call it an eternal being. Whatever you want to say. I don't think this is accidental, incidental, irrelevant. I think what we're doing here matters. I don't understand it. I don't know how we got here. I don't know what happens when we're gone, but I think if you're putting good energy out, that good energy can never be destroyed. It just changes. And I think it's changed. It's splintered. You broke the mirror of Charlie Kirk, and you sent 1,000 fucking splinters into our hearts. How you doing today? Are you all right? It's okay if you're not all right. The week that started with Iryna Zarutska carried on with Charlie Kirk. It's been a tough week for a lot of people out there. And guess what? I've had some blow-ups with family and friends. Don't regret it. You have to have the difficult but true conversations because the truth always wins. If you love someone enough to see that you think that they're heading down the wrong path and they're using bad information and they're being guided into peril, that's why you try to steer your friends and loved ones away from toxic people. Bad narratives, bad ideology, bad misquotes and justifications for violence. Remember, they tried to Charlie Kirk President Trump. They tried to Charlie Kirk President Trump last year. Who are they? It's the left, or it's the trans, or it's Israel, or it's Ukraine. The second trumpet guy, that Ryan Ruth, is connected to Ukraine as a... whoever they are. This isn't necessarily one spot coming direct at us. This is guerrilla warfare coming from all sorts of directions, weaponized, organized, riotous mobs, violent flash mobs, street takeovers, mall incursions. You're seeing an activation of a machine coming from the left. It's not coming from the right. So I got thoughts on how my sermon went, and I'll get to that because I'll get to that. But Charlie Kirk is, I interviewed him. I met him once. He had 0 seconds to spare, so he gave me 20 seconds, a soundbite, a handshake. Looking forward to follow up on that afterward. That's my lone interaction with him. And I've watched a few clips. I'm busy. I try not to consume too much content. And if I do consume content, I'm consuming it with you here on the TNAM Daily Show on the New American Media. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. Copy the show link today. Text it to a couple of your friends and say that we unpack the news each day. Please join us live. Put your comments in. Hello to Trash Panda, Pied Piper, David Ban, Marion Cook, everybody else, Kenneth. I'm not scrolling through the comments yet. I'm trying to stay focused. But hello and welcome. I'm here at the bar. Grab a chair. This is what we do. We grab a drink. We try to tap into our real emotions and try to constructively have conversations. And I was not a Charlie Kirk super fan. That doesn't mean I disliked him in any way. It just means that I would see a couple clips, interesting back and forth, and I'd move along. I had no idea how big he was. No idea. And you know what? I had no idea how good a dude this guy is. And if you want to pick apart a couple of quotes and say nobody that could be good could have ever said this, I think you're probably, with a fair degree of certainty, you're probably misconstruing the message of the point that's been selectively edited like Aaron Rupar did to try to call Trump a Nazi for saying the refined people. The biggest political racial arson hoax in American history. The stuff that you've been force-fed, crammed down your throat by MSNBC, the Democrats, CNN, your teachers. You have been bombarded with these lies. And so you think they are the demons that are worthy of execution because they deserve it. They don't. Air Force Two that delivered Charlie Kirk home in Arizona over the loudspeaker, or over the intercom. He said, "Welcome home, Charlie. You didn't deserve this." He didn't deserve this. His 2 daughters and his wife were right there. You tried to shoot the throat of free speech out. You broke Charlie Kirk's mirror, and the fragments have hit all of us. But it didn't stop us. And don't think for a second that all of us impacted haven't decided to take a good look in the mirror at who we are not, what we will stand for, what we will not tolerate, and the decades of bullying. And people have by and large went along with it because they don't want to be next. They don't want any problems. They don't want someone yelling at them, Maxine Waters, get in their faces at their gasoline stations or your restaurants, and you scream in their faces, fuck you. Fuck you, Maxine Waters, and fuck you, Democrats. Fuck off. Act like adults. You fucking assholes. I can't even put into words how fucking sick of this shit we are. That's not society. That's fucking madness. It's fucking madness. And it's terrorism. It's domestic terrorism. You tried to blow Trump away because you couldn't beat him. You blew Charlie Kirk away because he was going to be president right after J.D. Vance. You know what? I was very unfamiliar with Charlie Kirk. Like I said, I caught clips, talked to him once. I did a guest spot in the Bronx last year on the campaign trail. President Trump giving a speech. I got a chance to work for the same network that Charlie Kirk worked with, Real America's Voice. I got to interview people. I got to tell stories. I was interviewed by Jack Posobiec on Human Events. I was on the next show with three lovely ladies, I believe. It was very sunny. Little screen. I could hardly hear. It was not under the most perfect situations and circumstances, but I tried. And I'm sorry to the ladies if I forget your name and the name of your show. And then Steve Bannon used about 4 or 5 clips that I created that day. It's the intro to the War Room segment to document what was happening in the Bronx, where people were sick of it. 86% Dominican and Black. They can't stand what the Democrats are doing. The crime, the disgusting filth, the prices through the roof, unlimited funds, no end in sight for illegal aliens. They're struggling. Why aren't they being helped? Why are they being replaced? Yes, the great replacement theory was being complained about to me in an 86% Dominican and Black neighborhood. So no, this isn't a racist thing. It's not a dog whistle thing. It's not a Nazi thing. It's replacing the American citizen with up to 50 million illegal alien invaders. Military-aged men sitting in this country pre-positioned as a potential Trojan horse by Obama, Biden, Mayorkas, Harris, whoever was involved over the past X amount of years to create this mess. God knows what these people are capable of. God knows who's funding them. God knows what intent they have. And God knows what happens if any day at one particular moment, it all springs into action. The lights go out and it's on. And you have to defend your family, your city, your country, your state and your country. And your galaxy and your universe and your multiverse. I didn't know Charlie well, but I got an opportunity to hop on that network and had a very powerful day. And while I was interviewing people, something in me kept looking behind me to the park. And there were people, different people on benches or up against trees, or maybe had a backpack with them, maybe had a bag with them, maybe had a duffel bag with them. And I just kept looking, having a feeling. I just kept, I don't know. I just kept looking, and I was kind of uncomfortable being in between that park and Trump, who, by the way, was shot. They tried to Charlie Kirk President Trump just a month or two later. I don't recall. It's written down out there, but whenever the Bronx, when was the Bronx event? Trump, Bronx, rally, New York, when? May 23, almost at June, a week before June. And July 13th, he was shot. So about a month and a half before he was actually shot. They tried to Charlie Kirk President Trump. You know, I didn't know Charlie, but there was some overlap in circles, and I started learning about Charlie after this event. And I started watching videos, and I mean, this dude was a pastor. Like, can we just call it what it is? He was a pastor. Well, he was preaching hate. Okay. People can disagree with things about you and not hate you, can still have compassion for you and your soul, and have advice and opinions that you might disagree with. You don't get to kill them. And anybody that would celebrate otherwise means that they think it's okay to kill you. And I don't think that's okay. I don't think that's okay. Oh, it was harmful rhetoric. Oh, it was dangerous. Oh, was it? No, and my algorithm is probably feeding me a majority of the really nice ones. But debates get testy. That's why I said Charlie Kirk embodied the agree to disagree energy. We've been at this for 14 years. You can agree to disagree on subjects without becoming disagreeable. We need more conversation, not less. And that's how I feel. But as I typed on a post today, I said, it's been a very difficult week. It's okay if you're not okay. How could anybody be okay right now? And I showed this image. How could anybody be okay? Yeah, well, what about Minnesota? What about Palestine? You better get out of my face right now. You better back up. The whataboutism is not being entertained. I'm not entertaining it. And the church I went to failed me on that point. because I suspect that's the type of voices in this person's head. That pastor, the gentleman that started the sermon and did 3 minutes to address it, and then they moved off. Well, I'll get to all that. I'm not doing the whataboutism. I'm never using the term far right. There is no such thing. If someone goes so far right, you don't recognize them, they're no longer right. You call them something else. Don't put that shit on me. Don't you stain me with that bullshit. Nope, not putting it on, not accepting that. I'm never using the term far right. And it's tricky because when you start talking about the Republicans, I'm like, I'm not a Republican. I don't like the Republicans. I like a lot of the MAGA stated policies. I just consider those policies to be common sense. Normal Americans, normal policies. Yes, if you're outside of the scope of check IDs on the way in so you can keep all rapists and terrorists and human smugglers away, yes, that's a not normal policy position. I support the normal policy position. That's not a Republican policy position because they've been punting on the open border for decades as well. I don't like that party. I like what MAGA party has been doing. And they tried to take him out multiple times on a golf course in Butler, Pennsylvania. How many fake hearings, how many fake accusations, how many impeachments. And then, of course, the Russiagate coup, the treasonous act by Obama, Clinton, et al. Oh, that's so hateful. No, that's factual. Yeah, well, that's so hateful when you talk about trans. I love all humans. And I don't want them to lose out on orgasms. Please don't butcher perfectly working body parts. You cannot become something else. You are what you are, and it's okay to love who you love, and you shouldn't be abused or beat up for that. That's love and that's compassion. But I don't believe the things that some people are in your ear telling you out of love, out of compassion, because I believe it to be true. I know it to be true. And you're being led astray by people that have some sort of reason, fetish, kink, misguided understanding, feeling, manipulation, brainwashing, something. That's not hate, that's love. It's trying to keep you from, you know what? I just, in my heart of hearts, I feel like I'm Spider-Man. Come on up with me. I'm 17th floor. See that building? Watch this. All right, ready? On 3, 2, 1. I've talked about this before. If your friend is saying, I'm Spider-Man, I'm going to go do this thing, and you see peril in front of them if they go through with something that you don't believe to be true, wouldn't you talk to your friend with compassion, try to get him to step down for hang on, come over here. There's something I wanted to show you first. We can maybe in a second, but can I show you this first? And you close the door, you lock it, and you call it, you text your buddy, please get up here and help me. It's been a very difficult week, and it's okay if you're not okay. How could anybody be okay right now? So, question of the day, did you go to church? Do you intend to this week? And if so, what was your experience? Because America has gone back to church. This has done something. You splintered one of the more gifted, talented orators of our time. You might as well just think of him as a pastor and a civil rights leader. Yeah, but he spoke out and said black people couldn't. No, he was saying how infantilized you have been. You have been fed infantilized rhetoric and policy from these demonic Democrats trying to tell you you're less than, that there's systemic problems in this country where you can't do things that other people can. These are lies. These are poisons. These are toxic. They're intentionally deceptive, meant to enrage you, meant to radicalize you to violence. Reject it. You have to reject these charlatans on MSNBC, CNN, the Democrat Party, the crazy teachers who are indoctrinating our youth from pre-K to as far as you can count. I know that's not to say every educator, to the person who I had to blow up with because they're with an educator and they think it's reckless and they fear that something's going to happen. Or, since I didn't really know you to be this angry of a person, has your significant other radicalized you? Oh, they did not like that question, but I hardly recognize this person after a few years. The mate that you choose matters. When shit hits the fan, the thing you're leaning up against, if you guys are non-ideologically aligned and they're constantly repeating the lies of MSNBC, CNN, and the Democrat Party, you're going to find angry, bitter people. I've had family members, I've had friends who have had family members that have lost their family members over this stuff and over this specifically. There's another question of the day. And so if you do QOTD, I need you to clarify in the statement which question you're answering. Did you pass any disgusting information along to the employer of anybody this week? If so, what number? How many? And have you decided to unfollow accounts and people and cut people out of your life based on how they acted this week? It's a question of the day. Please type in the comments, but it has been a very difficult week, and it's okay if you're not okay. How could anybody be okay right now? They said this is the first political assassination since 1968. Yeah, well, what about Minnesota? I believe the killer said that he was acting on behalf of Tim Walz. It was Democrat on Democrat, I believe, is where that story currently sits, and we don't have the trial yet, so I don't know. But what about it? Focus. I'm talking about this week. Iryna Zarutska. Say her name. Type it in the comments. Iryna Zarutska. Iryna Zarutska. Say her name. Say his name, Charlie Kirk. I've watched more videos of Charlie Kirk this week than I've ever watched. Man. He was taken out because he was good. He was talented. They were jealous. They don't have people on the left. The left doesn't have, peel back the onion. It doesn't go very far. Oh, fool me once, ain't gonna get fooled again. Peel back the layers of the onion. Their arguments don't go far, and then they get angry. They insult. And watching Charlie Kirk have these conversations, they said he has a patience of a saint. I've welcomed mostly civil conversation. How could anybody be okay right now? So I'm going to talk about America going back to church. We're going to do what we do here. We're the TNAM trash pandas. We dump the trash on the table. We rifle through the rubbish, separating fake news from fact. That's what we do every day. Please tell some friends. We want to grow. And we will continue having sane conversations together each day, trying to figure out what's going on, what's true, what's false, what's likely, what's happening in this world. Yeah, I've had new people in my life, like this dude. Like I met this dude, hung out with him a couple times. He joined the Instagram group, and and we talked in person and a message or two, but like, he's not okay. He's can't get it out of his head. Can't stop seeing it on a loop. And I remember the trauma that 9/11 caused. You can't. South Park did such a good job back before they were afraid to tackle Joe Biden. How you didn't have him walking around sniffing everybody like a vacuum cleaner for 4 years is beneath my comprehension. You can say Trey Parker, Matt Stone aren't woke and that they're this or that or the other, or make any excuse. You don't ignore Biden for 4 years. For fuck's sake. He's a walking cartoon character. And the fact that they kind of like gave him cover I can't forgive that. It was so blatantly obvious to me that they couldn't even call us. It's so rife with comedic opportunity. Oh, but super quick to jump on Trump. In bed with Satan. So easy. Once again, dehumanizing. It's okay to shoot Satan, right? Okay. Yeah, South Park had Charlie Kirk on the show. He changed his avatar to be Charlie Kirk. Maybe that segment was a little tongue-in-cheek, and maybe it was kind of funny, and maybe it wasn't. But you got the leader of the party in bed with Satan, so you tell me, no, it's all in good fun. It's all in good fun. They're not using dehumanizing language and depictions. No. But South Park back in the day, after the days after, the weeks after 9/11. Sharon? Yeah. Sharon's the mother. Was it Stan's mother? On the couch and wrapped up in a blanket, and she's like kind of rocking back, and she's just watching the nonstop news, and it's all flashing and breaking and urgent and warning, and it's all just like she's like fucking hypnotized. She's like, Sharon, yeah, Sharon, you kind of been glued to the TV for a couple of weeks now. Maybe we could maybe go outside and go take a walk. No, yeah. They nailed it. I was so wrapped up. Those attacks, you see 3,000 lives being snuffed out. It's a human sacrifice ritual on TV for all to see. How does that not traumatize you? The brutality by Iryna Kirk and Charlie Kirk woke us up. And I got some people saying, put your phone down, and we got to prioritize, and hey, Christians, we got to be peacemakers. There's no making peace with demons. And when you're currently being attacked, what do you do? Yeah, I didn't like my church's message at all. I'm hinting toward it, but I'll unpack it in a moment. Like I said, hit like, hit subscribe, invite a couple friends onto the show, share the show out on X, and let others know what we're doing. Tag us if you have any stories that you want us to talk about today. But it's been a very difficult week, and it's okay if you're not okay. How could anybody be okay right now? Let alone laughing and dancing and mocking and, hey, who's next? Oh, game on. Game on. Let's start the show.
Your guide to the truth, the new AmericanMedia.com.
There he was in the intro. I should have followed up with him, as he said. I'll talk with you after the... I should have stuck around, made that happen. Let him go on stage and talk to that guy. Go, hey, how do we set up a... Man, we all... I've had 2 conversations, actually, with people who had opportunities to work with Charlie Kirk. He complimented their work, or they highlighted them, or in some way, or a variety of options. Somebody wanted to be he said, can you photograph an event, or could you work with, like, I think your work's great or something. And he said, I'm not really in your circle. And I don't know, I met you and we did and he's like, Do I regret it? I mean, I'm wondering now, why didn't I, could I have taken that opportunity? And someone else was like, yeah, like we had a professional courtesy and he reached out in some way and I could have done this, but I didn't. And maybe I should have. It's a lot of regret. The people right now, the people that haven't met Charlie Kirk after bombarding his content and going, man, there's a lot of good that's coming from these conversations, trying to be the exact opposite of the weirdos who are teaching these kids. No, not all teachers are weirdos, but if you're espousing the weird shit, yes, that stuff has to stop. In these colleges, we need an enema. We need to find out what types of teachers are indoctrinating our kids to what ends. They become radical Marxist indoctrination camps full of rage and hate and violence in too many corners of our universities. And maybe the university as a whole doesn't do that. But you got the radicals there and they're preaching a ton of vigilante stuff, a ton of violence. Whether it's Theo Vaughn or Alex Stein or it does. Anybody that gets on stage anywhere, nobody feels safe now. Oh, you need your safe spaces. We need a society that doesn't allow this type of stuff. That's what we need. I know. I've asked you before, would you prefer if I cuss less or cuss more? And I know people are more effective if they don't raise their voice. And I know people are effective if they don't, start cussing and insulting. And, there's an aspect to staying in comedy form. Comedy having been one of my lifelong favorite things. The emotion of laughter is one of my favorite things. Having had the chance to go perform this year and get on stage week after week after week after week after week for better part of half a year, most of this year. We need to hear things that we don't like, and you move along. You don't get to plot and scheme and take somebody out. And that's been happening, and people are being indoctrinated and radicalized as a matter of policy. It feels like a domestic terrorist organization that's constantly pushing this stuff, and it's coming from the left. So I went to church, and the guy gets up and gives me a little bit of whataboutism. It was about 3 minutes that the guy spoke before the older gentleman, handed it off to the younger, hipper, cooler guy. And, we have to condemn. And, we saw up in Minneapolis, there was a politician up there. And I'm like, what are you talking about? This week is about Iryna Zarutska and Charlie Kirk. What are you talking about? This guy struck me as someone who consumes the MSNBC, CNN, and thought, we need whataboutism right now. No, we don't. Didn't mention Iryna Zarutska once. Didn't mention her once. You cannot get that butchery and savagery out of your mind. If you watched it, you can't undo it. Her looking back in horror, out of nowhere, snuffed out. You can say literally for nothing, for no reason. And you could look at Charlie Kirk and go, oh, there was a reason. No, there's still no reason. Even if you don't like the shit he said, there's still no reason to blow his neck away. Wasn't that a Troy McClure? Hi, I'm Troy McClure. You might remember me from such mysteries as Dial M for Murderousness and The President's Neck is Missing. Rest in peace, Phil Hartman, who was taken out in an unnecessary violent attack, that one by his wife. He led with whataboutism. Because you see the regular suspects, the usual suspects on the left, they get a couple talking points and they start leaning in. Oh, we need gun control. Yep, see? Oh. We need murder control. All the bad arguments, the justifications for it, because if they're justifying it for him, they're justifying it for you. That's the part that we need to repeat, we need to lean into, and we need to understand. But he starts off with saying whataboutism and, you know, and we have to have understanding and Christians or forgiveness and peace. And I'm like, what? The barbarians are storming the gate and you're saying it's all good, man. Saul Goodman, the show. Saul good, man. And we just need to, on both sides. Spare me the both sides conversation today. Not a single city burned down over Charlie Kirk. And do you understand the army that you awakened? The dude wasn't even a political leader so much as a religious leader. Reminding people what's important. Go forth and multiply. Have a family. They're making it ever increasingly more expensive and difficult and impossible to do that. And a message of, peace and forgiveness. And it's like, they're laughing about who's next. They're threatening his wife and children. Do you understand the demonic sludge that's attacking right now? That's been attacking Trump twice, trying to take him out the same exact way? Do you understand that we're all under attack right now? That this is a hot war that they have declared, whoever they are. Some groups say it's Israel. Some groups say it's Ukraine. Some say Ukraine's going to turn into the next big Israel. Some people say it's the Democrats. Some people say it's the trans community. Some people say there's a lot of theories. The Soros advocates, the acolytes, the New World Order types, the Illuminati, the all of it. It's coordinated and it's happening now. How about preach a sermon of self-defense? How about preach a sermon of what it means to look at the cross? Why am I looking at a dead guy on a cross? Doesn't it remind you what they did to the best dude that ever lived? You watch a lot of these Charlie Kirk clips, and there's a lot of compassion. There's a lot of common sense. There's a lot of logic. And you can judge a person. I saw a quote attributed to Charlie Kirk. I haven't confirmed if it's true or not, from 2014 or 16. I'd like to now read you a passage from Charlie 2016. The quote attributed was, "You can tell a lot about a person by the way..." Jeez, am I going to screw this up? You can tell a lot about a person the way that they respond to a death. Something like that. Oh, and the left has finally got a taste of cancel culture. Ooh. Yeah. I got yelled at for properly calling out how teachers, no, not every teacher, but I'm guessing it's the one that you're close to, for calling out correctly how the teachers are grooming and brainwashing, manipulating, lying to and weaponizing our youth against normal policies, ideas, values, traditions, and society. Why are we funding schools that are cranking out kids like this? Radical, violent, confused, angry people. Why are we funding our own destruction? That was the conversation about U.S. aid. Remember when they tried to kill Elon Musk, when they threatened him with assassination every day? You're old enough to remember that part, right? But no, I'm glad you're preaching whataboutism, guy. I'm glad you're preaching whataboutism. Thanks. Oh, I'm glad that, we need proper perspective. Let's talk about that Minneapolis thing today, this week. That's what you want to do? You want whataboutism. I really did. I sort of wish they passed the collection plate after, but they did it right before. And as a sign of good faith, I put something in there that, maybe I wish I took back. It's all right. Water under the bridge. It's fine. Maybe next time I'll be a little bit more cautious with my cash. So anyway, the next guy gets up and kind of leads with the joke. Haha, look, I'm cool and I'm hip. Got a clean cut haircut, and I got my polo on. Look, I'm just like you. I'm a cool guy. He talked about parenting. This was like a stock sermon that you get a Rolodex or you get a booklet and here, rip it out at the seat. All right. Open up the manila envelope. And all right, here's this week's lesson plan. It's going to be a sermon on parenting. He just gave us a stock sermon about and the one part of good stuff that came from that was, maybe our inability to set our phones down, and before you even interact with Jesus, you're on your phone and you're sharing stuff, and before you know it, it's too late in the day and you don't have time to dedicate to Jesus or your family or something. And I'm like, okay, I'm constantly battling that. What's a reasonable amount? A lot of you watch me in the background. You're doing other things. You're being productive. You're working out, cutting the grass, like whatever you're doing, you're also doing other things. I don't assume anyone is here going, go on, tell me more. Yes, teacher, tell me. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm, right. Wait, could you repeat that last part? I'm taking notes. I don't think that's a thing. It'd be cool if it I don't know if it'd be cool if it was. But yes, it is cool. So stupid. So stupid. See, when these moments hit, like I want to turn it into a skit. I want to turn it into a character. I want to like elaborate something. Gotta laugh a couple times. Goodness. But yeah, it was a stock sermon. And he was like, set your phone down. I'm like, set your phone down. Last week was Iryna Kirk and Charlie Kirk. And you want us to ignore the barbarians at the gate. That is so racist. Shut up. I'm calling out the reality. Your finger on the pulse. It's called the zeitgeist. Did they get the correct shooter? I don't know. They got the guy that matches a photo of a guy in a stairwell. Is that the one that left in the private plane? Oh, no, that didn't happen. We don't know. We don't know. Don't pretend you know. Please don't pretend you know everything. We don't know. We have evidence to unpack. So it bothered me even more when I thought about, that at least I can take one thing away. But, be very aware about your device and your interaction with media and social media and just how it, I've had friends, we're not meant to consume information like this. It's too much. And these are coming from people that haven't even watched the videos. Oh my God. If you watch the videos, you've damaged your brain. You've been abused. If you get a concussion, it's a brain bruise. Consuming snuff films of Iryna Kirk and Charlie Kirk this week were not designed to consume snuff films where someone's life is extinguished on a video. And in fact, my friend that joined the Instagram and made a comment of just, I made a post about how you need to find the assassin and, public execution, make a pay-per-view. And he's like, dude, he's like, I can't stop seeing the other image. I can't, I don't think that's a good idea. I'm like, well, we also need to warn society what we will and will not tolerate. And there are penalties for a reason. And in fact, Utah has death by firing squad. That should be. Here's a question of the day. Utah allows death by firing squad. Let's say that the person that they have in custody is actually the person that did it. It's a lot of, oh yeah, the guy who jumped down without a rifle. No, he disassembled it and put it in his pants. What? Yeah, then he put it back together and left it in a bush. And then he bragged about it. What? Doesn't make sense. Ignore the private jet that took off. Ignore the guy that stood up, that Zinn guy, to be a patsy, to get arrested. You follow that Zinn story, right? Zinn involvement. Kirk. George Zinn. George Hodgson Zinn arrested on campus. A known local political activist with a history of attending and disrupting events detained by police as he was near the scene. Zinn verbally claimed responsibility for the shooting, stating he shot Charlie Kirk. This led to his initial identification as a suspect or person of interest. He was released. Described as a libertarian-leaning conservative activist with a messiah complex and a record of minor arrests, including trespassing, disorderly conduct at political protests in 2019, terrorist threats after emailing bomb threats to Salt Lake City Marathon organizers in 2013, banned from contacting LDS Church members, disruptive behavior on Utah's political and religious circles. I got to ask one more question of Grok. Was he also involved with 9/11 or other large stories? Because that's been reported. Alleged. No, George Zinn was not involved in the 9/11 attacks. Accused of being involved in 9/11 as a planted witness, part of a diversion linked to Al-Qaeda or Mossad. Some posts allege he was at ground zero or immediately claimed it was an Al-Qaeda attack to propagate a narrative, with odds of his presence at multiple events being 1 in 2 billion. He was not there. He was in Denver, watched the attacks unfold on television like others, later participated in a local oral history project called Weber Remembers the 9/11 Project, where he shared his reactions and thoughts as a viewer, describing the horror and speculating it was Al-Qaeda based on news reports at the time. Osama bin Laden and Al-Qaeda were already well known in the late 90s from prior attacks. This interview resurfaced after the Kirk incident, fueling speculation, but it's just a standard eyewitness account from afar. No evidence places him at the scene or implicates him in any of the plot. There was also no physical presence at the Boston Marathon in 2013, but 5 days later, he emailed a bomb threat to organizers in Salt Lake City, joking about putting bombs near the finish line. Charged with a threat of terrorism, a felony. He pled guilty and was let out on probation. This wacky guy was let out on probation. And a mental health treatment. He was treated as a credible threat post-Boston. Anyway, you've heard that story. I'm telling you what Grok is telling me now. I don't know if that's true, but that's a starting point. Let me address some comments, and then I'm going to start dumping the news on the table. Yeah, Trash Panda says, how do? That's what my grandma used to say, how do? Or no, she'd say, hi do. Like, how you doing, I think? Hi do. Okay, hi, Grandma. Hi do. Where'd you get it from? Don't know. All right. All right. Curious about that. I'll keep my eyes peeled. Trash Panda, Texas. Good morning, Danette, one of our new regulars. Belly on up to the bar. Grab a beverage. Invite your friends. Hit like, hit subscribe. By the way, to everybody out there, middle of the month, we do have a Patreon page. If anyone enjoys the content, please know that it all goes directly toward covering the overhead here, which is surprisingly more than nothing. So it all helps. If you like the show, please consider signing up as a Patreon member. It could be as little as a couple bucks a month, or $100 a month, or $1,000 a month. A few of you really matter. Every one of you matters. We are trying to expand that, but we also have a tip jar at this bar. It's Venmo and Cash App. My name, BrianEngelman. And then we're on PayPal at fuzzinstallment@yahoo.com. If you'd like to toss anything in the wishing well. And please follow us on all the other platforms now scrolling at the bottom of the screen, just like the tip jars were, in case you need to pause it and understand what that was. You can rewind it. We're on Instagram, Facebook, Truth Social, Rumble, Odysee, Twitch, Kick, DLive, and YouTube by searching The New American Media. We're on Telegram and Signal at TNAM and TNAM Chat. We're on X at American_Media_. And subscribe to our podcast at the Agree to Disagree Show on both Spotify and Apple. I think later today I'm going to do Strictly Browns. I'm going to break down what happened in the Browns game. We did a live stream yesterday, 7 hours. Thank you for anyone who popped in. Oh, also, the pennies in the wishing well. We're at the finish line, people. Let me give you an update. We've been quickly approaching remonetization on YouTube. We need to get 3,000 valid public watch hours in the last 365 days, and we're at 2,991. We need 9 viewable hours to then allegedly allow us to apply for super chats and subscriptions on YouTube. That would be yet another 2 tip jars that we could put out, and it all matters. The more funding we get from our crowd, the less distraction I have in my life to do other things and spend my hours other places. I can keep doing this with the right funding, with the right support. I know I need to get some sponsorships too, but I'm busy doing this. I'm just doing the stories. But yeah, 9 hours away, we should open up super chats and subscriptions on YouTube. So please keep it up, because once we blow past this initial milestone, we need 1,000 more pennies in the wishing well, each penny being 1 hour of content watched on the New American Media YouTube channel. All of you who are just letting videos play, like you're jumping up, you're showing the algorithm that people care, that people like the show, that more people should be recommended the show. It all matters. Thank you. But then we can try to apply for we can allegedly apply to get our advertising back on our channel at 4,000. So once we clip the next milestone, we'll be close again to putting a 3rd tip jar out, which just unlocks it, since so many of the people that, millions of views and 6,500 subscribers, 1,900 plus videos over the last 14 years on YouTube. We used to earn ad revenue by the advertisements playing. They took that away years ago because they targeted political opponents and demonized us, which is why I spoke up even more, because we can't tolerate that, or else they're going to run roughshod over us. You cannot give an inch. You cannot give an inch. So follow us in all the places, please. And good morning, Danette. Yes. Okay, David got it. Just the facts. Jack. Our pop culture question of the day, that is Bill Murray from the movie Stripes. You got it. David did not go to church Sunday. I pray so much my house has become the church. It is really important to pray. It is. I did see, I believe, one of my posts, Kenneth made a comment, and I believe it was my cousin, who is a pastor out in California. I think he mentioned the importance of praying in how did he say it? As a fellowship, a congregation, a group of similarly minded people, that there's power in a multitude of people being together in the same place for roughly the same reason at the same time. There's something energetically, spiritually important to that. Because I've said the same thing too. Same reason I don't like the Republican Party. I'm just, they gross me out on so many. I just don't like the Republican Party. Individual churches and individual sermons and individual people and circumstances, it's easy to go, it was so cliquey over there. Yeah, churches can be very cliquey. And as I'm sitting through church, I'm like, I sort of remember that I don't really love the service of church. I found myself like getting tired in a way that it just happened. It's physiological. Maybe if I was more engaged in the content, I would have been a little bit more into it and wouldn't have felt that way. But church hasn't traditionally been a place for me. I've gone, I was forced to go, and I left, and then I came back, and then I left, and I came back, and I left, and I came back. I've never really, I don't know, I haven't recently regularly done that. But yeah, it is important to pray, but I think there's something to congregating with other people in a church setting. I think there's something to that. But it's like dating. You're not just going to marry the first person that you cross paths with. You're gonna date them. You're gonna date different churches until you find one that feels right. Danette, look at that, one up in us. Hi, friends. I got baptized today. Sorry, hey, friends. Everybody, raise a glass. Cheers to you, Danette. Yeah, this church has a really big, tall thing up above the stage, and the stage is a band, and the band they were okay. Oh, it just made me want to play drums and replace the guy. I'm like, ugh, come on. I know it's church, but you're missing the beats on you're kind of, I mean, it's okay, but it's, if you just emphasized if you staccatoed a little bit of the kick drum, like if you could kind of, that's the driving force, and it's not really up in the mix enough. I'm hearing too much of the hi-hat, not enough kick drum. Doggone it. But that's the musician in me. What were the songs? I don't know. I'm just watching. No, and they were good. They were good. They're practiced up. But up above that is what I'm saying. They had a big area where 2 people got baptized that day. It was a little girl, I don't know, 8 years old, 10 years old, 6 years, I don't know, whatever. And the other one was like a 20-something-year-old dude. And he's like, I've kind of been led astray, and I felt the pressure of being perfect and made some bad decisions, but like I've been on this path for a while, and it's changed my life, and I'm happy to be, this is why I want to be baptized. Like, she read her thing about why she wanted to do it, and it's exactly what you'd expect. No, I'm not mocking a kid. I'm just saying it sounded like, hi, I'm so and so, and I want to get baptized because Jesus Christ, and I want to get in the eternal, and with the soul, and I the God in Jesus Christ. And the church is like, yeah, it's God and Jesus. God. But the young man was like, man, I've been through some shit. You could see it in his face. You could hear what he wasn't saying. And he's like, but I've been on the right path for the past half year, and I'm really excited to do this, and it's made a major difference in my life. And they're like, oh, yeah, see, it's never too late to go ahead and do that thing. It's never too late. Same with being born again. Do you go along with these things when you're a kid, but you don't really understand what it means? Well, I did these things secondarily. I did it again later because I'm like, I don't even know if I understood what I was doing when I was a kid. But now that I've walked away from it, and like I'll come back, it's like, all right, I'll do it again. Once it's done, it's done. You can't unscramble the eggs. Once you accept Jesus Christ into your heart, it's like over. Like you're good. That doesn't mean stop working, stop trying, and like, it just means you don't need to keep doing it. Like I already did it. I already scrambled eggs. Here you go. They're still scrambled eggs. I don't know. Danette got baptized yesterday. Was that a rebaptism or an initial baptism? And if it's initial, you're first. How long have you been at that church? How long have you been on that journey? Trash Panda's doing good, but this weekend it hit pretty hard. How did it hit pretty hard? And what, like, I have people waking up at 1 a.m, can't go to sleep at 10 o'clock at night. People getting up and going to like an all-night church for every day since this event. People that can't stop it, seeing it, like they're just seeing it. And it's both Iryna Zarutska and Charlie Kirk. It's everything from last week. But yeah, I don't grade this church very highly, honestly. I disappointed. It wasn't the message I was disappointed. I plan on trying a different one at some point. Don't know when, don't know where. So how did it hit you hard this weekend, Trash Panda? Oh yeah, reptiles can't handle our prayers. I saw a video from someone who said, I don't know if Jesus Christ is real, but I see the demons froth when you mention his name. And if those people are against him, maybe that's the team I'm on. It's almost like Sudoku. A process of elimination will get you to where you're going. Some people say, nope, not going to be a part of the synagogue of Satan. Nope. I'm not going to be involved with a pedophile warlord. Nope. That Jesus Christ fella seems to, I don't know, kind of resonates with me a little bit. I've heard people say that. Have you? As everybody searches for the thing that makes sense to them as they date their churches, they date their pastors, trying to find like, they're kind of on it over here. This resonates with me. Even if I can't describe it, I can feel a lot of this. Pied Piper says, this one hit different. Can't shake it. Let's use our anger and sadness to do what Charlie would want us to do. Never allow these psychopaths to work in our schools and government. Yep. And I got yelled at by a family member because they're involved with somebody who's I believe a radical leftist. I've never met him, but he's teaching in an area that's one of the most well-known liberal areas on earth. So there's like a 98% possibility that he's a radical. Don't know. I'm not going to judge it as that, but I said, I've never known you to be angry like this. Is it possible he's radicalized you? Because you've gotten angry and bitter to the point where nobody wants to be around you. That's how people feel in a family thread with their father of somebody else that I know, because that person is with a lady who watches CNN and MSNBC unironically, and they think that they're regurgitating factual information. But it's deep state, demonic, Democrat claptrap. And it's poisoned their family. One of the most important things you could ever do is find a way to block CNN and MSNBC from your parents, the boomers that watch that shit and think that it's real. It is not real. It is not healthy. It is not good. It's not fair. It's not accurate. It's intentionally divisive. It's fraudulent. And it's poisoning the minds of friends and family, neighbors, coworkers. It's sad. Keith says, if anything positive has come out of this, it's that the left has exposed their vile hatred. Oh, and they're getting fired. Oh, yeah, the purge is on. Because if they're celebrating that, they're encouraging it to happen to you. That's what you reply. Oh, so you like cancel culture now? If you're cheering on the political assassination of someone with some very mainline normal thoughts, you're encouraging it to happen to me. Oh, you're damn right. You just radicalized me because I no longer want to be affiliated with you. I don't. Trash Panda, 100% Brian saying what and the way that I feel. Well, thank you. I battle. This is kind of, I guess everybody has a brand or a style or a pattern to them in the stuff that they do. And I could do all sorts of different styles and patterns and rhythms, but my monologue, it's really my inner monologue. I enjoy this opportunity to unpack. I have a psychology degree. Like, I study this stuff. I've counseled people. I volunteered at crisis centers. I've been a generally helpful person almost as much as I can. There's probably been a few times I've avoided extra work because, we only have so many minutes in the day, and you have to, sometimes the best answer you can give someone is no, but there's in a very real way, the TNAM Daily Show the past week has been a therapy session for me. And it's kind of my favorite part of the day, where I get to offer some thoughts and perspective and commentary. So if Trash Panda, you're saying 100% Brian, saying what and the way that I feel. Saying what I feel, and you're saying it the way that I feel it. If that's helpful, man, I'm glad you guys are part of the program like that. I had no idea the impact of Charlie. I had no idea how big TPUSA was. I mean, I knew it was big and it was just a thing, but it was like all the other things, and it's whatever. It's at some point you lose a little bit of an ability to be impressed. I think that's a prerequisite to living in Los Angeles for a while. Like, you have to not geek out when you meet your heroes or celebrities at every turn. Not every turn, but a lot of turns. You do get jaded. You do get a little numb, and you're just kind of like, eh. And some things it's hard to be impressed by stuff because you don't want to be swayed by the cult of personality. You kind of build a barrier. You cover yourself. You dip yourself in wax. All right, well, I got a protective layer of wax on. don't know if that's the best analogy, but caramel apple, you cover the skin of the apple with a layer of caramel. I don't know, whatever. But you just wrap yourself in, and nothing's impressive. What did they say on The Simpsons? We come from the MTV generation. We feel neither highs nor lows. Really? What's it like? The MTV generation feels neither highs nor lows. That's your Zennial. That's your Gen X. That's your Millennial. We're the MTV generation, and we feel neither highs nor lows. Really? What's it like? And so we sort of try not to be impressed with too many things or celebrity, but binging the Charlie Kirk content, pretty impressed. The whole generation that woke up, this is the most conservative generation, most biblical generation in 50 years. The entire group of late teen, 20. I mean, this has been going on for what was it, 13 years? Almost as like, I think roughly the same time that the New American Media has been going. It's like, shit, I wish I had 1/1000th of the success that they've had. It's all right. I'm doing my thing here. But I just wasn't unimpressed. I try to not factor in, oh, that's cool. Oh, that is super impressive. But I've become impressed over the past four days. It's been impressive to watch all this content going, my God. I remember the idiots that were trying to teach me in college. I can't believe you're targeting educators. It's going to get my favorite person injured. No, it's not, because we don't preach violence, unadulterated, unnecessary violence. We don't preach violence for people with bad ideas. We don't. So like, if there's someone that does that claims to be far right, you have lost. You have gone past the normal generation, the normal Americans. I can't believe you call yourselves normal Americans. You're so, it's like hyperventilating over MAGA. It's extremist. Okay, so it's MAGA and extremist, so you got to stop it at all costs, right? But you haven't been radicalized and indoctrinated by the guy that you're saying might have some repercussions for how he is and how he talks and what he types and how he feels and who he is and what he's brainwashed you to believe. Okay. I'm not giving you this person's name. And if I couldn't assume this person would ever see this show, especially since they've unfollowed all of the content. They made so clear, Charlie Kirk dies, so they yell at the guy that knew him. See, that's how this works. See, I'm the bad guy for calling out how the kids have been radicalized. You see how that works? You can call him a colleague if you're generous. You could call him a mentor if you're new. And I guess I'd maybe add mentor, guide. Watching many of the interactions that he had and the way that he comported himself. And I'm not as encyclopedic as Charlie Kirk or autistic or, just very Rain Man-esque ability to pull up any, like a walking, talking chat GPT, like a walking, talking grok. I'm impressed with Charlie Kirk. He's brought a lot of conversations out, and he said some really impressive things to counteract the crazy that he's been getting from some of his radicalized teachers. And yeah, if your teacher is celebrating this and says he deserves it, and you're posting some whataboutism or see, you supported the Second Amendment, you deserve to die. You know what? You're a monster, and I don't need you in my life. I don't. Shame on you. Find Jesus Christ. And yeah, say something like that to a demon. Last week I was saying, fuck you, find Jesus. I told my uncle and he burst out laughing. Uncle Bruce. By the way, I might be... John Fugelsang just wrote a book. It's going to be an anti-religion book of some sort. I got to take a look, and let me frame it properly. But I'm thinking about maybe having a pastor on, bringing him on, and maybe a third person. Maybe Bob France, a conservative talk show host. That could be fun. Like a panel discussion. Or maybe just the two of them and myself. I don't know. But, we talked with John. I couldn't believe he said something that I found to be absolutely atrocious and ridiculous, saying that President Trump wasn't shot in Butler, Pennsylvania. I'm like, are you out of your mind? And we brought him on the show. It was Blake and I. And I'm glad Blake was there because I sort of played it back. You say your thing. I was just astonished that he was pushing a conspiracy that never happened. That's out there on the left. That never happened. Don't forget. They tried to Charlie Kirk President Trump, but according to this guy, it never happened. It was a false flag. It was a theater act. It was just to garner sympathy so Trump could get reelected. All of the things. Okay. But watching these Charlie Kirk videos, impressed by it. He's an impressive man, was an impressive man. Yeah, he would have easily been a senator, vice president, president. I mean, just appeared to be a nice, decent man. And the quotes and clips that have been chopped up to justify laughing at Erica and her two daughters witnessing the death of daddy. Fuck you. You know, I watch Charlie Kirk. He doesn't do a lot of swearing, at least the clips I've found, and maybe my algorithm's showing me all the pro Charlie Kirk positive clips, and maybe he's got moments that are less articulate, and especially over the years. But if you're seeking a justification to say, see, he deserved it, you're telling me, someone you allegedly care about enough to have in a circle where you would communicate with from time to time, that it's okay for me to get eliminated because I didn't agree with everything you said all the time. That's fascistic. That's demonic. That's madness. That's not something we can tolerate in this country. Anyway, Trash Panda, you said 100%. You're saying what I'm feeling and how I'm feeling it. Thank you. You know, little comments like that make me feel like there's some sort of a point. As aren't we all in therapy right now? We're all trying to work our way through this. No, I do have a degree in psychology. Yes, I have volunteered at a 24-hour crisis center. No, I'm not credentialed. No, don't ever take any advice that I give you on anything, especially health and elections. Go to CDC, countervailing views. Blah. But if someone's getting something from this, and I'm getting something from this, I'm going to keep doing it. Whether it's right in the middle of the day like this, or it's going to be earlier in the day or later in the day, I don't know, but I will continue. I'm called to do this. David Band says things are only going to change when the criminals are put in cuffs. Kenneth, Yo-Yo Ma. Yo-Yo Ma. Who is Yo-Yo Ma? I don't think he says who is. I think he just says Yo-Yo Ma. I got this little fruit fly. Will not leave. I need to get one of those Zevos, one of those plug in and get rid of the bugs. So hello, Kenneth. Yep, we do. We sift through the trash. Separating fake news from fact. The woke don't joke. Well, no, the left can't meme. The church of chicken tastes good. Okay. Is it kosher? Top of the morning to you. Top of the morning to you, Chris. Down in San Antonio. Trash Panda says, you're doing perfect. Don't change. Honestly, I've felt the motivation to change, though. I sure as shit haven't shown it today, have I? Just casually cussing. I try to speak honestly with colorful language to accentuate. Like I view cursing as like the highlighter to like, I'm highlighting this. I'm going to put it in bold in italics. I'm going to underline it. I'm going to highlight it. Neon green, neon yellow. What about neon orange? I can't believe you didn't say neon orange. You're so anti-neon orange. Yeah, that's the cancel culture shit that we've been dealing with for 40 years. You're done. You're done. We posted Iryna Zarutska said that image of that poor girl looking up at the thing that ended her, that is the knife that ended white guilt. And the bullet that went into Charlie Kirk, it ended the moderate right. I mean, you've radicalized. And I don't want to say the right because it's not the right. It's just the normal people of the country. I can't believe you said that we're not normal. Yo, look at yourself in the mirror and you tell me if that's normal. It's like I can almost hear that noise when I read comments sometimes. I don't know. I watched Glenn Beck say that stop calling this a political assassination. This was a civil rights hero, a civil rights leader. You can't be serious. He said that black people took white people's jobs. He said that. No, you're misinterpreting whatever you think point you're making. His point is looking out for you, to walk away from the toxic ideology that's poisoning your head, to think that you can't make it in today's society. That's what the Democrats are trying to cram down your throat, and it's a lie. They don't like you. They don't love you. They don't want you to succeed. They want you permanently dependent on them, and it's toxic ideology. Yes, walk away from that. He did say what he said, at least according to the video I watched, that is the exact opposite of the point you thought you were making, trying to justify taking somebody out for an opinion. Well, he said that. He got what was coming to him. He supported the Second Amendment. See, this is what you get, asshole. I can't believe the shit that I've been seeing. And you know what? A lot of this is because these poor kids have been brain damaged by some of their radical teachers to believe this garbage, when the literal opposite is true. So I don't know if I'm doing perfect. I feel like I need to change. I need to be better. I need to dial back my my rants or my outbursts or my probably rants or but I also do. I play characters. I jump into voices and accents and impersonations, and we're doing thought experiments here. We're dumping this shit on the table, sifting through it. We are literal trash pandas sifting through bags of trash, ripping it all open. And what about, you picked that up. You moved it around a little bit. You interacted with it. That's a fucked up thing to say. Here, set that aside. It's fucked up. And yes, I did pick it up. And yes, I played with it for a little while. And yes, I did set it aside. It doesn't mean that you can clip one quote out and say, yep, that guy deserves to go next. Put him on the list. They have lists. They've had lists. And to ignore the radical indoctrination from academia would be malpractice, foolish, short-sighted, suicidal. So yeah, person that was upset that I posted something that said along the lines of, hey, don't forget the people that are cheering for the death of Charlie Kirk. They're the same ones teaching your kids. That's what set them off. They got mad at me because a civil rights leader, a civil rights hero, because if you listen to what he's saying, he's giving you information on how to succeed for everybody of every race, of every color, every creed, every religion, whatever you are, the things he's saying will help you succeed. Ripping away the layers of lies from your eyes. Yeah, I 4 days of watching these things, binging them, and you end up in the loop. And then it, in a way, like what the pastor said, put your phone down, spend a little time with Jesus, spend a little time each day. Before your day even begins, take a few minutes, and before everything gets busy, take a few minutes with God. On that point, I agree, but like the pastor just being like, yeah, too much time on your phone and disconnect. I'm like, did you miss this week? Do you realize everything's burning and on fire? Do you realize like how flashing red lights urgent it is? That we are literally being targeted for who we are? Maybe a self-defense reminder. Maybe a stand tough and steadfast in the eyes of the demon when you lock eyes. Don't give an inch. Like Javier Milei said, you never give an inch to a shit lib, because they go and go and go and they hate you and they want you dead. I'm not saying this hyperbolically. They hate you and want to erase you. Yeah, I wanted that sermon. Okay, waking up in this fucked up world this week, tell me, how do we cope? How do we prepare? How do we deal? But I got a both sides thing. Put your phone down. So I'm acknowledging there was some good stuff. I taking a little bit of time each day to try to think about my relationship with the afterlife seems like a good idea to counterbalance to. But I'm not putting my phone down and I'm not shutting my mouth. Watching these Charlie Kirk videos, it's like, he's really carrying himself well, but he's a different kind of communicator. I could do things that way, but I also have a tendency of rubbing some demons the wrong way. It's always, it's a bit of a reoccurring theme. I've said before, when I met Rosie O'Donnell for a segment we had pre-organized and we're ready to go, and I assumed that this might be a walk and talk, might only get 20 seconds with them, like the Charlie Kirk thing. Had the camera ready to go, organized. We approached, blah, blah, blah. And if she only had a moment, she would have done a quick interaction and then we would have been done. And she spun on me and I got to find that video because why are you recording me? And what are you doing? I'm like, we're here. He spoke with you and you two are ready to have a thing if it's not now, but like, I'm ready to respect your time. If you got a minute right now, like there's no, let me get in my bag. Hold on. I got a light. Let me get a tripod. Hold on a sec. Now you're taking up their time. I was trying to be respectful for her time and she lashed out because I was being too accommodating. Maybe she legitimately thought I was trying to do some sort of gotcha in your face stuff, which I wasn't. I was just like, whatever. She hated me. I saw the horns pop out. I was like, all right. The goodness in me was hated by the demon in you. Let's go. You can judge a person by the way they react to a death, and you can judge a person by their enemies. So anyway, you're saying I'm doing perfect, don't change. But Charlie Kirk, now that I'm binging his content, God, these people had no idea what they did. They literally martyred him. My buddy's going to a Catholic church. I don't know what denomination. I forget. Going to some Christian church and it looks kind of Catholic or something like that. Lighting candles 2 a.m. every night, like ever since. Literally created a martyr. Charlie Kirk, wasn't he a Cubs fan? Why doesn't Pope Leo martyr Charlie Kirk? Like officially name him a saint? Hello? You want this to backfire? Name him a saint. Actually, I'm going to put that out on X while I'm thinking about it. I'll do a poll. Should Pope Francis, Pope Leo, should Pope Leo officially name Charlie Kirk to sainthood? I'll do it. It is agree or disagree. So I'll do agree or disagree. Pontifex. Is that how I don't even know if that's how it works. I don't understand Catholicism. But can't they turn someone into a saint? Or whatever the process is, can't you? Did he work a miracle? I mean, prying America's government back from the deep state that ousted our elected leader multiple times, tried to oust him multiple times, surviving. I mean, helping that movement, getting all of those college kids to wake up and participate. I mean, if that's not a miracle. Agree or disagree? Pope Leo should officially name Charlie Kirk to sainthood. I'm going to put this poll up. Could you all vote in the poll really quick? Make. Agree. Saint Charlie Kirk. Disagree. Nope. Can you please vote in this poll? I'm going to put it up right now at American_media_ and share it with your groups. We want to get these agree to disagree polls going around on X. All right. Unholy Hoax says, I like the cussing. Man, I'm passionate. I'm fiery. I'll raise my volume. I was raised in a household that raised its volume when it became passionate. When we firmly believe things. And maybe the volume was a substitute for violence. Oh God, that's good. Whew, I'm writing that down. Volume as a substitute for violence. When words fail, violence arrives. Volume for violence. Ooh, vulgarity for violence as a substitute. It's just an emphasis. It's how I was raised. I've talked in, when I was playing football and on the battlefield, that's what you feel like a football field is, like it's a battlefield. Basketball or whatever, you're trying to pump people up, you're trying to get people going. Motivational speaking. I've spoken to my previous high school team. That was an incredible experience. I didn't really have it on my bingo card for the year. But I answered the call, I believe. So yeah, I speak flowery sometimes. You're my cussing from another aunt. No, that's cousin. That's cousin, Kenneth. Cousin from another aunt, not my cussing from another aunt. Trash Panda, we are all targets, so we shall not give in. Live like Charlie. Hello, Sal says we are all trying to figure it out. We can't let hate and the scumbags win. If you don't like America, we should let Alaska be our Australia. This is sad. It is so sad. Yeah, Sal was with us on our live feed yesterday. Thank you, Sal. Cousin Sal. Brother Sal. We're both Cleveland Browns fans. We watched a debacle of a game yesterday. Question of the day, if you're so inclined, should the Browns start Dylan Gabriel at quarterback ahead of Joe Flacco? Question of the day. If you're so inclined, put it in the comments. Sal, if I do a show later today, are you available by chance to do a Strictly Browns show? I think you were on that last week, weren't you? Yes, lots of strange things. What are the sins of Zen? I mean, why did he stand up and take credit for, like, what was that all about? What was the guy that turned around laughing and looking at the shooter's direction? What was that guy doing? Yeah, rewatching TNAM videos is like a penny for your thoughts. Each penny is an hour viewed. Yeah, it's a great way to help us out right now. We're really boosting the numbers to show the algorithm that people care. Leave some comments, do the thumbs up, share the show out on X. Just engage with the content to show the algorithm that, hey, the New American Media is something other people should see. We like it and we want other people to see it. That's what you're telling AI when you send our content out, when you reshare it, put it on Facebook, put it on X, put it on, engage with it on Rumble, leave your comments, all of it. Yep, penny for your thoughts, indeed. Churches, stand up, sit down, sing this, say that. Rather privately play. He would rather privately pray. Yeah, there's a whole mechanism, and I'm just not comfortable singing in church. I love to sing. I'll sing at karaoke. The Lord and Jesus are the champions of forgiveness, says Kenneth. Yeah, may God have mercy on your soul, because I won't. I am not the person that needs to offer mercy on anything on this planet. Right is right, wrong is wrong, demons are demons. Call it out for what it is, man. Danette was rebaptized. There you go. I went with a group of strangers, and we all found each other through our circle of friends. Found church with each other, a misfit group. Loved it. That's awesome. Congrats. How many? And what denomination was it? Baptized? Are you Baptist? Is Baptist the only one that baptizes? If I'm asking the dumbest question ever, I'm sorry. Every denomination has different preferences and sects. sects. Kenneth, make a joke about sects. Don't have sects before marriage. That's stupid. Trash Pan, it's just hard to think that Charlie's no longer with us and how he was taken away from us. It just keeps hitting in different ways. Kenneth says, bring out the Charlie Kirk Act already. Yeah, you've heard about that. Repeal Smith-Mundt and stop the propaganda immediately. And Trump's going after George Soros and going after the broadcast licenses of some of these Democrat political mouthpieces that have been pushing racial arson and division at every turn, calling their political opponents Nazis for decades. Why should they have a public broadcast license? Screw you. You know what you've been doing, and you've crossed lines that you didn't even... You've invented new lines and crossed them. The awake is starting to take. How dare them? It is time for a change, but what does it look like, Kenneth? What does it look like, David? Thanks, John. Remind me that a Chinese fruit fly is the spy drone. It looks like a fruit fly, but it's actually a spy drone. Yep. So if I'm taken out, it wasn't of my own hand. That's what John McAfee did. He got a tattoo says whacked. If anything happens to me, I was whacked. It's not what I'm doing. I don't know, Kenneth. Are fruit flies? Yeah, my rants and uncles. I told the girl, do you believe in the hereafter? And you know what I'm here after. Unholy hoax. Chris says, I'm Catholic. Make him a saint. Dude, I mean, he was a pastor. He was out there just preaching the word of God. If there were political context involved, so be it. Just here's what I believe based on, and here's the criteria I use. Life begins at conception. The purpose, we're here to be fruitful and multiply. Like you're being coached to not have families, not get married, be promiscuous, all sorts of bad decisions. And it's leading to broken people with just a track record of damage and carnage. That's not hateful. That's love. And that's not too far from what I believe. Although, my God, you just clip my shit out of context. You got to be kidding me. What a shit show that would be. Charlie Kirk was the moderate one, and you fucking killed him. He was moderation in the MAGA movement. You ended him. Now you get Milo Yiannopoulos back. You get Andrew Tate back. You get Nick Fuentes back. These are people that are not Charlie Kirk. You snuffed out not just Charlie Kirk, but moderate Republicans, moderate MAGA. Because we've been hunted. You know what happens when fight or flight syndrome kicks in? It activates a different set of synapses are firing right now. And it's not going away. Charlie Kirk went across the nation setting brush fires in the minds of men, as this nation was intended to do through open discussion, debate, and free speech. And you snuffed him out? Fuck you. You want what's next? I'm not aiming it. I'm not sending it. I'm not condoning it. But damn it. You did this to you. Charlie rose to the top. He was just an impressive person. And most of the complaints about him were vastly taken out of context. Remember how Trump said there's many fine people on both sides, the fine people hoax? They selectively edited. He says, and I'm not talking about the Nazis or neo-Nazis who should be condemned totally. But there were people on both sides that said, that's a statue, leave it be. And others said, I don't like it, take it down. There was a lot of people, fine people on both sides talking about the park and the guy on the horse. And they turned that into Trump's a Nazi. And if you support Trump, you're a Nazi. And what do you do with Nazis? You end Nazis. This has been going on for far too fucking long. Obama and Biden were still on the campaign trail repeating this fine people hoax in this election cycle that twice targeted Trump to Charlie Kirk him. You don't hate these Democrats enough. They hate you and they're trying to eliminate you. It's not just rhetoric. They have armies. No, I didn't want to hear a sermon today about making peace with demons. No, I did not want to hear that this week, rather, yesterday. There's no rationalizing with crazy. There's no rationalizing with an immediate violent threat. No, I didn't want to hear whataboutism in this moment. No, I did not. Anyway. Is that? They were pasteurized. Charlie Kirk was less a political figure and more of a pastor, but I mean, Martin Luther King was he was a pastoral figure, a religious leader, but it was political as well. And the churches, too many of the churches are sitting this one out. These kids are being groomed and radicalized, hearing all sorts of nonsense. Are you ever setting them straight on these core issues? Like Charlie was doing across campuses nationwide. Agree with him, disagree with him, whatever, but talk about it. That might be the only chance they would have for an alternative viewpoint. If you're sitting this one out as a pastor, you're not doing your job. You're failing your flock. Your sheep are getting picked off and you're over there playing the fiddle. Get off the fucking rock and guard your flock. Get off the rock and guard your flock. Pastors, preachers, religious leaders, you're getting targeted and picked off. They tried to President Trump. They tried to Charlie Kirk, President Trump. What they did to Charlie Kirk, they tried twice to do to Trump. And they're trying to do it to you. They're trying to normalize it being okay for it to happen to you if you don't agree with them 100% of the time. Oh, shepherds leading your congregation. Do you give a shit if your flock is protected or not? Get off the rock. They're picking off your flock. I wanted to hear a message like that. And you know what? They failed me. I'm on to the next church. I'll try something else. There's no time to sit on the fence here. The fence belongs to the demons. There's that old parable. What the flock did you say? All right. Let's dump the trash out on the table. Here is Gentry Gevers reporting this as a deranged liberal trampling Charlie's memorial at the TPUSA headquarters. Conservatives tackle him and take him down, and he's now in custody. I don't know the context. I don't know if the claim that he's in custody is accurate. Okay, I'm seeing him get arrested. Looks accurate. Were charges filed? Let me ask Grok. Was he charged? I'll ask Grok because I'm curious. Did the deranged liberal arrested at Kirk Memorial at TPUSA HQ get charged? Yes, arrested after vandalizing a memorial for Charlie Kirk. Phoenix, Arizona, booked on multiple charges, criminal damage, disorderly conduct. Witnesses detained him after he was caught on video stomping on flowers, balloons, vases, and flags at the memorial, which was set up following Kirk's assassination 4 days earlier. Corll was reportedly wearing a T-shirt resembling the one worn by Kirk's alleged shooter, Tyler Robinson. Okay, so now there's an image. If you start seeing the T-shirt, there's an image of the violent left, the domestic terrorists on the left. They're wearing that shirt, so that means something. That's their swastika, apparently. If this report is true. I don't know. What is the image on the shirt? Is the image on the shirt the new swastika? What does it represent? What group? What company? What group? What motto? What slogan? Star Spangled Banner, or the land of the free and the home of the brave. An identical match to the one worn by Tyler Robinson. So like they're actively coordinating in a campaign of terrorist activity across the country. You're going to go to a Charlie Kirk event and you're going to trample his memorial and you're going to wear the same shirt. This is an army that's been activated for violence. You must prepare accordingly. You need to go to the range, get your friends, go to the range, get comfortable, get used to how to protect your home, how to protect your car, how to protect your family, how to protect your children, how to protect your parents, how to protect your country from this. This is not accidental. This is very premeditated. A copycat, huh? Okay. Walmart shares this or sells this. See if you notice this continuing. They're selling it on Etsy. If you look at reverse search the image, right? So let's see if it happens again. If you're trying to make sense of things, you might want to listen to Scott Adams. He's one of the thought leaders. Now that there's a vacuum that's been left with the absence of Charlie Kirk, I encourage you to check out Scott Adams from time to time. Don't take away from my viewing hours. But he's a good one. And let's take a listen to what he has to say about this.
So there are numerous stories of...
By the way, Scott Adams famously canceled by the left because he said, if you're surrounded by a bunch of people who've been radicalized to hate you, get the fuck out. So he was canceled. Like his publisher canceled his book. He's the producer of the Dilbert comics. So he got dropped and they're no longer syndicated in newspapers. I didn't even know they still had newspapers. They canceled him because he said, if you're living in urban areas, a lot of these people have been brainwashed, manipulated through the Obama doctrine, racial arson campaign of the past couple decades to hate you for your skin color. And these people have been radicalized from their schools, from their Democrat leaders, from their churches, even from the pulpits sometimes, from the lying legacy media of MSNBC, CNN, ABC, etc., to hate you for your skin color. You have some sort of permanent shame you're supposed to carry, and you need to allow illegal, unconstitutional, civil rights violating racism at your detriment. You're not allowed to get hired places because you don't fit a quota. You can't get promoted at places because you're white. This has been going on for decades. Well, Scott Adams said, if you're in a community of people who've been brainwashed to hate you, get out. That's why they canceled him. Scott's a very skilled communicator. And he's going to talk about the people that thought, oh my gosh, I'm getting canceled now. What in the world did you think was going to happen? And it's shocking because they didn't think there would be any ramifications. They live so closely in their bubble, they didn't realize that 90% of this country fucking hates them. No, we love you and your soul, and we hope that you can repent and find a path that's going to turn you back from the dark side. But you've joined with the dark side. You were on the wrong side of history. You have followed leaders who are walking you off the cliff of self-destruction, and you're taking other people with you. That's what they hate. That's what people hate. They hate the demonic actions, the demonic things that are said, the demonic policies, the vitriol, the violence. We can't stand it. Democrats a 19% approval rating in a lot of polls. And I think that's generous. All the normal Democrats left your party because you've gone off the reservation. When you're losing Bobby Kennedy to the right. And by the way, Charlie Kirk was responsible for that. I believe what was it, Bobby, that said it? I believe Charlie Kirk has been credited with brokering the deal to get Bobby Kennedy across from his independent to join Team MAGA to make America healthy again. Tulsi Gabbard, you lost her. She's on MAGA now. Not Republican, not the right, not the far right. The normal America that just wants common sense policies. Common sense. But the people cheering and happy, the people that were generally thrilled, the comment where it's like, yeah, I've watched the video 50 times over and over again. I can't get enough of it. Pray for that person's soul. They are so fucking lost and broken. I know Christians are supposed to pray for their enemies, for their persecutors. I don't know if I'm smart enough or disciplined enough to be able to do that. Holy enough. But these are broken, angry people. And they had no idea that most of the country can't stand what they're doing. And they've been led by idiots. They've been led into bear trap after bear trap. It's harming everything in society, not just them.
Teachers and people associated with schools of various types who are getting canceled, meaning fired, for saying horrible things about essentially being happy or saying it was justified that Charlie Kirk got assassinated. What do you think about that? That people are losing their jobs all over the place. Well, let me tell you the thing that is most shocking about that. The most shocking thing is that the people who spoke out that way believed they wouldn't get fired. I think they were all surprised, which means they've been living entirely within a bubble in which they thought other people would agree with that. Are you kidding me? They thought they were in the bubble of reality where, let's say that Hitler was an American and he died. Would you feel bad about saying, thank God Hitler died? No, you wouldn't, because you would assume that almost every single person would agree with you. So it would be easy to say that. These people are saying it in public for the world to see, as if that's what a normal person would think. How hypnotized would you have to be? So in my mind anyway, and I think I've said it online at least once, I think of these people as the hypnotized Hitlerians. Hypnotized Hitlerians. You could drop the hypnotized if you need to. But the Hitlerians are people who live in this little world where they think Hitler actually came to power in the United States because so many bad people on the left have been saying that. People who should know better. So I actually have some weird empathy for these teachers getting fired for saying horrendous things about Charlie Kirk, because they actually think they're in a different reality than they are. How do you think you're in a different reality? Is it because you individually had some mental problem? Probably not. It's probably really a predictable outcome of the rhetoric that we're seeing from the left. It's the most predictable outcome, that people would believe it as literal, all the Hitler stuff. Oh, it's literally as bad as Hitler. We better do something about it. So I would say the people getting canceled are in their own way, although, you know, our system is that you have to hold them responsible. I'm not saying they're not responsible. They are responsible, but they are also victims because they've been hypnotized to believe something hideous.
They are victims.
And going through life, imagine them going through life thinking that they live in a world that had been taken over by some Hitler character. I don't even know what that would feel like, but it would certainly distort your opinions and actions.
They have been hypnotized. Can RFK Jr. launch a campaign through Maha to unhypnotize the radicalized? This is perhaps the biggest mental health crisis in America right now. I've been saying that. I've been calling for that. I'll post it in the comments. Let's check in on the rest of the country. This lady's in Dallas, Texas. Oh, okay. Hold on. That's part of a thread. Benny Johnson says, you're only just beginning to see the revival. Charlie Kirk was God's instrument. The Great Awakening is here. Sarah Sizzle says, no more OnlyFans. I'll be hosting live streams on YouTube and TikTok with the intent of growing the kingdom of God and fulfilling his divine assignment for my life. Quite the shift. Yep. That's how you know it's God ordained.
Listen, you guys, I am here in Dallas, Texas right now in the middle of a Jesus.
Oh, man, there's music. I can't play it because there's music. Oh, I wish they would change their stupid copyright policies on YouTube. It sounds like they're playing a hymn from something pre-recorded, and if some copyright claim, it just... If I play the music, they're going to slap a thing on this video and they'll say, oh, we can't distribute the video. And then nobody gets to see it. And so it's like, why did I gather today? Why did I do the show if nobody gets to see it? I really want to change this law. I want to work with the Recording Industry Association of America to change this law. This is so stupid. Oh, you were saying we should see if it sells on Etsy. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Nick, bravo, dude. Nick's working. Good. My friend works at Target. Or I'm sorry, my friend works at Walmart. You're gonna put a target on him. I'm afraid that he's gonna be, because he works at Walmart. And you said that the shirt came from Walmart, and I can't believe that you would say that. Imagine yelling at the person that just lost someone that meant something to them, and then you're yelling at them. Get out of here. Get out of my face, especially this week. Skedaddle. I don't want to hear your crap right now, okay? Yeah, I've seen your messages over the past few weeks, few months. They're growing a little increasingly unhinged. The anger is growing. Yeah, it's possible you might have been radicalized by your significant other. I've never known you to be like this before, but, you know. I'm the radical. I'm a radical lover of freedom and goodness. And I fall short plenty. Everybody does. I'm aiming it better. Anyway, she says, I'm here in Dallas in the middle of a Jesus prayer march. I believe something significant took place in the spirit this week that shook the grounds of the foundation of the earth. They silenced a soldier and awakened an army. Love seeing it. Nick Sorter says, now patriots across the country are reporting that churches are jam-packed this Sunday morning in the wake of Charlie Kirk's killing. The church was full today. Parking lot was so full, people were parking in the grass. The enemy thought they had won, but you started a mass awakening. This is what Charlie would have wanted most. A massive revival, said Tyler. Charlie 09102025 says, church was full this morning, not a single open seat. Miranda said, on our way to church for the first time in at least 15 years. You did it, Charlie. Courageous in the face of horrendous evil. This is what I wanted my sermon to be. Courageous in the face of horrendous evil. That's what I wanted 30 minutes on. The stuff I got, you could have pulled it out of a manila envelope. Oh, I got a FedEx package. It's in this rigid cardboard thing. Let me just rip this open. All right, sermon for the week. We're going to talk about parenting. Dude, you didn't work in the elephant in the room, and that was Charlie Kirk and Iryna Zarutska. Courage in the face of horrendous evil. That's the sermon I wanted, and I didn't get it. Is this supposed to play? Diesel Gamer says, sitting here in front of a church I've never even stepped in. In front of a church a week ago I'd never even considered going to. Some feelings are welling up. Anxiety, fear, hope, anger, peace, all feelings happening simultaneously. The events of this week have changed the world, and I'm not immune from that. Evil has been seen, and it cannot be denied. So as I sit here, 30 minutes early, obviously, I reflect on why it can take something like this to promote and require change. Charlie preached for all to come to God. I never listened before. I agreed on nearly everything else he spoke on, but just didn't think that part applied to me. Of course it did, and I won't ever forget him. Every time I pull up to a church, possibly this one, I will remember Charlie. Our church was packed today. By the way, it's just got such a good ring to it to remember Charlie, and it's like good old shoe. It's a good old shoe. Lieutenant Schumann, Corporal Schumann, or whatever. Sergeant Schumann. What's that from? Good old shoe. Type in the comments. Pop culture. Question of the day. Just the name Charlie. Do it for Charlie. Like it just has such a ring to it of like, yeah, for Charlie. It's got an amazing ring to it. Tyler says our church was packed today. Hundreds came to Christ through baptism after the service. Charlie effect. Praise God. You got a big pool there. Mario Knopfel, churches overflow as people honor Charlie Kirk. After Charlie Kirk was killed, churches across the U.S. were suddenly filled to the brim. Parking lots so crowded, people had to park on the grass. Some said it felt like a revival he would have wanted. Others said it was their first time back at church in over a decade, with not a single empty seat inside. Charlie's death sparked something bigger, a wave of people returning. We love Charlie! As far as the eye can see, that's thousands of patriots showing up on Long Island, New York, to light up the sky during a candlelight vigil for Charlie Kirk tonight. A new movement has been born. Great job organizing this, Kevin Smith. Hey, give me the score real quick. How many cities did normal Americans burn down this week? How many cities did normal America? It's not right wing. It's not Republicans. It's not conservative. It's not MAGA. Stop saying those words. It's normal America. Normal America doesn't burn your own city down if something happens that you're unhappy with. Abnormal America does that. That's the Democrat Party organizing that. The Soros-funded non-governmental organizations, allegedly. They're foot soldiers, activated, coordinated, paid, trained, allowed to do it. We are not the same. There's normal America, and there's whatever the fuck we've been watching for the past couple of years. All during COVID, America burned under what they called the summer of love. No, not a single place burned down. Because you know how big a chess piece they took off of the board? I didn't. I know Charlie's a name. I know he does his thing. I had no idea. All of this Gen Z for past more than 10 years, they've been watching these videos as the lone piece of sanity so kids could learn how to push back against radical teachers trying to fill their head with fucking mush, rubbish, racist drivel, Marxist crap. That whole generation were taught by Charlie Kirk. I had no idea he was as big as he was. If Donald Trump is the king on the chessboard, you took away the queen. You're misgendering him. Shut the fuck up. The queen is the most powerful piece on the board, by the way. So in that regard, Trump would be the queen. Brian, you're making this worse. I probably am, actually. Oh, you. Don't call him a queen. I'm a queen. Stop it. The queen is perhaps the most powerful player on the board. You took away a bishop. You took away a knight. You took away a rook. You took away something of value. King, queen, whatever it is. Off the table. And that's just... it's astonishing. I had no idea he was this big. We got
30,000 people unfollowed me because I posted about Charlie Kirk, and I said that.
There's music in the background. He says, good, I don't want you to follow me. I don't want you to track my music. I don't want you to come to my shows. I don't want you to do any of that if you don't get this one thing. And that is follow Jesus Christ, the King of all kings, the Lord of all lords. One who's the one is coming back real soon. If you haven't gotten your heart right with him, and dropped down on your knees and repented to him, today's the day. The hour is at hand. I don't know if you can feel it too. There's a heaviness, something shifted, and I don't care. I don't care anymore. Just want you to know that Jesus Christ is here and he loves you. I forget the name of this artist, but I couldn't play it because there was music in the background. Charlie Kirk's producer says, I want Charlie to be remembered for his courage and his faith. We're going to see great faith rise up across the country. If you want to honor Charlie today, go back to church, open your Bible, pray, ask God to lead you. That's what he wanted. It's been said that the blood of the martyr is the seed of the church. Zito saying there's an inner city church made up of mostly young people in the Hill District of Pittsburgh by Duquesne University. And young people came by the busloads this morning. Riley Gaines, my Bible-believing church was overflowing today. Overflowing today. No place to park, no empty seats. People waiting in the lobby for the next service. I saw so many people hungry for truth, guidance, salvation. Yeah, I went, but I was sort of left wanting. Didn't love it. Wouldn't say I hated it, but I didn't love it. It was tone deaf. It missed the mark. It didn't address the elephant in the room. And they think they did because they started off with it first. And then they gave you a whataboutism and hey, let's be peaceful. Like, dude, how do you handle the demons, the barbarians at the gate? What do you do? Tell the people that one. Because there's shepherds out there worried about their flock getting picked off. Anyway, her Bible-believing church was overflowing today. No place to park, no empty seats, people waiting in the lobby. I saw so many people hungry for truth, guidance, and salvation. You have to imagine Charlie is smiling down from heaven. There we go. I don't know who this guy is, but where he's going with this is interesting. I don't have the rest of it. Oh, where's the volume?
To Christianity, and I want to share how.
There's music. He says, this man was a pagan who has witnessed how Christians have reacted to Charlie's passing, and he's turned over to Christ. He switched teams. A lot of people are switching teams right now.
This necklace that I've worn for years is a Mjolnir. It shows my...
I can't play it because there's music. Stupid music. Hard passes. I don't talk about religion much, but I'm going to go to church this weekend. First time in a long time when it's not Easter or Christmas because of Charlie. Jeff Hunt, churches all over America, including ours. Remember and honor Charlie Kirk today. Liz says there's a Charlie Kirk rally going on in my very liberal blue San Francisco neighborhood with signs saying things like free speech. I haven't seen a murder ignite this many peaceful rallies across the globe and in every kind of neighborhood in a long time. All right, is this the post without the music or is it with music? Okay, I guess it takes me back to the original one. Coldplay.
And so, with that in mind, for the final time, for a few years in London, let's raise our hands like this and send love anywhere you want to send it in the world. And there are so many places that might need it today. So here it comes from London. You can send this to your brother or your sister. You can send it to the families of people who've been going through terrible stuff. You can send it to Charlie Kirk's family. You can send it to anybody's family. You can send it to people you disagree with, but you send them love anyway. You can send it to peaceful people in the Middle East, in Ukraine, in Russia, in Azerbaijan, in Sudan, in Somalia, anywhere that you think might need love from London. Here it comes. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
I mean,
let's go.
Sending love. That's a prayer. Coldplay praying on stage. What is happening? Yeah, Marion. Hello, Marion. 0 cities burned this weekend, but lots of fires figuratively ignited inside of normal people this weekend. Yes, Let's start saying normal people. You are either normal or you're like in Bride of Frankenstein. It's Abby. Abby normal. It's Abby. Abby normal. Coldplay praying on stage. Sending love. America, a country so damned great that even her haters won't leave. There you go. Here's Primetime Stein, who we spoke with at the Libertarian Convention, and then again, we were drinking bourbon in my kitchen, I think, with Alex Stein. I was with a group of journalists in Chicago last year on the campaign trail, and he came by. Another dude came by. Yeah, we were drinking some Angel's Envy in the kitchen of the Airbnb that we had. Charlie Kirk had a big influence on Alex Stein.
Mr. Stein?
Well, Mr. Stein, that's my government name. My street name is Charlie Kirk, the world's greatest college debater. And I know you are a seasoned debater, but I am the best. And I must say, Charlie, you are talking about immigration. You're talking about deportations, mass deportations. But I must say that my housekeeper...
Charlie's... And the person I was with, I ended up encountering out on the streets protesting, pretending to be one of the radicals. And we had a back and forth interaction, and I broke character a little bit. I knew he was playing a character. You can find it. It was from the Chicago rally. It's pretty good. He's like wearing one of the pussy hats. But in order to like show the absurdity of the thing, you have to just do it. You got to show it to them. And Charlie knows, like, he's trying to hold back his laughs here. But he's starting to say, but you know, the thing is, my housekeeper,
Juanita, has raised me since I was a little boy. And she's as legal as hell. She's illegal. So I want to say that, Charlie, why would you want to kick out my housekeeper? Because we need to protect all big booty Latinas. If you're a 9, you are fine. You get to stay. If you're an 8, we can have an immigration debate. If you're a 6, you can kick bricks. But Charlie, let's...
Alex, he's the one that called AOC a big booty Latina. It's one of like the ongoing catchphrases he uses.
Protect my housekeeper. Why does Juanita have to go, Charlie?
But you said she's legal, right?
She's illegal, yes.
Oh, illegal. Okay,
illegal. Oh, yeah, she's very illegal. No papers.
I'm sorry. They all got to go.
No, but Charlie, I can't afford to pay a legal one. It's like 50 cents an hour for her.
No, it's going to break your bank.
Charlie, please, just let the lady stay. She's not...
No amnesty, no deportations, no exceptions. They're all going home.
Okay, well, I still won this debate. I love Charlie. We love it. We love you, Charlie. Keep up the good work.
You want a hat?
Give me a hat. Charlie, you rule. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Alex. Mr. Stein?
Well, Mr. Stein, that's my government name.
Poor Juanita. A twisted New York school cop removed over posts celebrating and joking about Charlie Kirk's assassination. School resource officer. Yeah, a school resource officer. You keep this person away from your kids as much as possible. Tanisha Blanche removed from her post after cracking jokes online about Kirk's assassination while appearing to celebrate his murder. Okay, New York Post reports that. Tanisha's gone. See ya. Mikey McCoy documenting his last week with Charlie Kirk.
We're here in Korea. It is
in Korea.
5:15 a.m. local time. And this is a park. I have to say their parks are much cleaner than ours. No bums. Yeah, well, there's one hermit, but he seems very civilized.
I don't know.
Very moved how this country has said thank you
for General MacArthur's heroism and the 36,000 Americans that pushed the communists north on the peninsula.
I mean, look at the crowds he's talking to in Korea. This is a global figure.
Very.
Anyway, he's a human being. Yeah, what is with this guy? What do you guys think is going on with this dude that gets up cheering, looking back? What's the story with this weirdo? How do you reason with someone who believes it's reasonable to kill you for your views? Who is so morally bankrupt that they bask in murder? Always Right says we need to acknowledge an alarming and exceedingly obvious reality in the wake of yesterday's political terrorism. The left has spent the last decade intentionally misconstruing, misreporting, and outright lying about basic conservative ideals as extremism, which has consequently developed into what progressives view as a justified hatred of the other side. It is no longer simply that the left and right have different paths to solving the same issues. We are instead deeply morally disconnected across the board in such a way that there is a fracture in this country. How can we come together to solve issues with the people currently cheering on the violent death of a man who spent his time encouraging conversation? Everything we've aligned with became racism, white supremacy, toxic masculinity, xenophobia, fascism, and so on. Just existing as a white man has become inherently evil. A vote for Trump means you are a Nazi. There is no countering these accusations. They've already decided that what you are to them. And that is how we wound up with cities spiraling into third world anarchy in 2020. That's how we wound up being labeled murderers for not wanting to be medical experiments during the pandemic. That is how we wound up with a near presidential assassination being celebrated. That's how we wound up with someone suffering from gender dysphoria shooting up a Christian school. That's how we wound up with DAs and judges being so unprofessional that their choices led to people being burned alive and stabbed to death on public transportation. And that's how we wound up having to witness an innocent father get murdered in front of a crowd of onlookers yesterday, which is, once again, being cheered on by the demonic people who genuinely believe it was justified because of their own beliefs. Yet somehow they're the moral ones fighting for love and justice. Where does it stop? What is the limit? At what point do we attempt to turn things around? How can we? America cannot continue to exist in this state. Charlie was trying to bridge the gap and you fucking killed him for it. See, I added the curse word because by the time I was done, I was angry. That's the sermon I wanted. I wanted to address these issues from the pulpit. That's what I showed up for. Yeah, I bought a ticket to a movie theater. I paid my $20. That's the movie I wanted, and you gave me a bunch of crap, a bunch of claptrap. Stock photo. Yeah, we're just going to replay an old movie. Maybe you won't notice. I noticed. So on to the next one. All right, here's a note for anybody out there wondering. No, Patrick, opposing the murder of unborn beings isn't taking away women's rights. No, Patrick, supporting Doge doesn't mean I'm a Nazi. No, Patrick, not wanting someone not wanting someone experiencing gender dysphoria to be involved in military work doesn't mean I hate trans people. No, Patrick, disliking Israel and upholding the tenets of the Christian faith is not anti-Semitic. No, Patrick, supporting ICE raids does not mean I would have handed over persecuted people in the Holocaust. No, Patrick, believing that there are two genders doesn't mean I hate gay people. No, Patrick, wanting people to follow the immigration laws doesn't mean I hate Mexicans. No, Patrick, accepting everything, even if it's terrible for your nation, isn't basic empathy. There are so many bad opinions being thrown at kids, and you need to give them the ammunition to respond coherently, verbally, the verbal ammunition, the verbal acumen to dissect an argument, pick it apart, and call it out when it's lunacy. Chris Pratt. Praying for Charlie Kirk right now, his wife and young children, for our country. We need God's grace. God help us. And the intolerant left have started a campaign to pressure Disney into dropping Chris Pratt after he posted a message praying for Charlie Kirk and his family. They really are vile.
Hey guys, just stop real quick and pray with me. Lord, you say, be still and know that I am God. Psalm 46:10. Be still and know that I am God. In this moment, please, Lord, calm my restless mind. Quiet my anxious heart. Help me set aside distractions and choose what gives life and gives peace. Isaiah 26:3, you keep in perfect peace those whose minds are stayed on you. Lord, fill me with strength to turn my attention toward you, that I find rest and joy in your presence. Amen. Okay, now you can continue strolling, or you can turn your phone off and go outside. Might I suggest the latter? Go get some sunshine, go look. Hey guys, get a tree, touch some grass, call a friend. If you've got time to be on your phone right now, you've got time to do your to-do list, and you've got time to reach out to somebody in need and share this prayer with them. Amen. Get a tree.
Yeah, bless you, Chris. Those moments are good moments. I can't believe they demonized prayer in important places. Yep, there's another Scott Adams on hypnotized Hitlerians getting fired. Oh, I don't know if I can play you this because there's music attached, but it's so good. You got to watch this.
Fear not. Not dismayed. Live. I hold you with my righteous right hand.
They're going to grab the hook and they're going to give it. Doggone it. He gets goosebumps with this. Fear not, for I am with you. Be not dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you. I will help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand. But they who wait for the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint. Let's go. I feel full. I got goosebumps. They have it set to like Eminem. You got to watch this. I can't play it for you, but it's so good. That's Andrew Schultz. I mean, Charlie Kirk tried, a lot of times to be very like ultra respectful. I wonder if I could be a little bit more respectful. Here he is on the All In pod or whatever. No, the what's it called? I don't know what it's called. Whatever podcast.
For a respectful conversation, even though we see things very differently. And if you're engaged in the creation of that content, I think God has a better plan for you. I know that might sound preachy and not what you want to hear, but maybe you'll have an encounter with God, and Jesus loves all of you, and he can transform your life. He transformed my life, and every day is a new day, and it's a hopeful, beautiful life ahead of you. And God loves every single one of us. We're all sinners, and Jesus died.
You've definitely been the most respectful one that I've seen.
Well, thank you. That's very very kind. And I can tell you, it's not me. If it was me, I'd be yelling and screaming. It's the Holy Spirit. It really is. I know it might sound silly. It might sound cliche, but Jesus has gone to work on my life. And so God bless you guys. Thank you for a great discussion.
Charlie, thank you for coming.
Thank you guys for a respectful conversation, even though we see things very differently. And and
that's how he tried to approach people, with a little bit of respect. I can't post the link. You can find it on our Instagram feed. I looked on X. I can't find it on X. That's why I'm saying it's important to follow us on different platforms, because we have different material. Charlie Kirk reading, or Andrew Schultz reading scripture. ISAIAH. Can't find it on X. But it's good. I just can't play it, unfortunately. All I want to do is play it, but I can't. Sorry about that. It's so good. He just starts reading it, gets fired up, and then kind of, and of course, someone posts the GIF or the GIF. Is it GIF or GIF? GIF like gift or GIF like the peanut butter? How do you pronounce GIF? GIF or GIF? GIF like gift? GIF like GIF. Jiffy peanut butter. Yeah, he's reading the scripture and he's like, just getting fired up. And someone posted the picture of Jay-Z rocking back and forth in his dorky glasses. And somebody said, here's a deleted scene from Pulp Fiction. And I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger. I'm binging Charlie Kirk. I guess you are too. Play. Will play not work? Why is play not working? It won't play. Okay. That's disappointing. Oh, there it is. Nope, it won't play. Doggone it. Anyway, got to move on. Is there music?
There's a reason why the dress.
Yeah. The reason why the dress is the same for a man at a wedding and a funeral. Because you're saying goodbye to your previous self. The woman is the icon, the symbol of beauty, almost always in all white, right? Ascendant. The man is usually in black and white, like he's attending somebody's death. Because it is his death. And the crowd laughs. He's like, hold on. I don't mean it like that. He's like, hold on. Think about it. It's the death of the bachelor mindset. It's the death of promiscuity. It's the death of the wandering eye. It's the death of immoral behavior. The death of texting girls casually. It's the death of, I get to do what I want to do. It's the death of just going to the bar with friends. It's the death of acting like an infant. It's the death of playing video games till 1 a.m. Charlie was the older brother / father figure that Gen Z desperately needed to counteract the demonic programming of the lying legacy media, academia, and the deep state Democrat Party. I'd play it for you if there wasn't music. Oh, this is terrible. Oh, this is really bad footage. Dom Luker says, it's, dear God, it's far worse than I ever imagined. She says, I have the best news ever. Mom says to her 2 kids, watch this.
I have the best news ever.
What? Donald Trump died?
She goes, Donald Trump died? And she... That's so funny that you got so excited that you thought maybe Donald Trump died.
Second best news.
Reinforcing. Oh, you're pretty close, honey. Second best news. Aside from that, this is child abuse.
The vice president died?
The vice president died?
Okay, third best news.
Okay, that would be really awesome too, because they need to die. But no, even better than President Trump and J.D. Vance dying, kids.
That Elon Musk died?
That Elon Musk died? This is child abuse, and Child Protective Services needs to go have a visit with these people, with this family. What the fuck is going on? They've taken their Scooby-Doo masks off. You can see the demons now. And you can see the damage they're causing to the next generation.
Okay, no. Nobody died. My best friend's getting married.
Which one is it?
Taylor Swift! Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce got engaged!
Feels like that's a skit, but it's sick. Oh, Danette found it on YouTube. Good. If you found it on YouTube, can you share it on our X? Can you tag us at American_media_ so I can share it on that platform? They'll let you play stuff. I just can't broadcast it on Restream. YouTube will deny the video. GIF with a J. Gotcha. I mean, I have the best news ever. This is so sad. We made a comment, child abuse button, 840 likes in a day, in 18 hours.
I have the best news ever.
What? Donald Trump died?
Second best news.
The vice president died?
Okay, third best news.
That Elon Musk died?
Okay, no. Nobody died.
These are like Hamas terrorists right here. Oh my God. Megan Kelly says, Oxford, you're sick. Absolutely revolting. End Wokeness says, Oxford Union's new president calls the right cancers and says they must be taken out, quote, by any necessary means. He celebrated Charlie's execution. George Abaraone, incoming president of Oxford Union, wearing joggers, slippers, and a T-shirt, debating Charlie Kirk. George was just exposed for celebrating Charlie's murder just months after meeting him. George is a classless cretin. Don't be like George.
To effectively create change in the world we desire. And Side Prop will argue that at times there is simply nothing else that can be required other than violent retaliation. And this is a view I wholeheartedly agree with. The view that some institutions are too broken, too aggressive, too oppressive to be reformed. Like cancers of our society, they must and they should be taken down by any means necessary. To effectively create change in the world we desire. And Side Prop will argue that at times...
Slouching towards Gomorrah, the decline of Great Britain in one image. Alison Pearson, regularly invited to speak at Oxford Union. I will never accept, nor will many others, knowing its president, George, thinks murdering previous guests is cool. Charlie Kirk conducted himself brilliantly and courteously in that august chamber. Daniel says, I find it almost unbelievable that George reacted the way he did to the murder of someone he had met, someone whose hand he had shaken. For him, Charlie Kirk was not an abstraction, not a monster conjured by leftist TikTok feeds, but a flesh and blood man who had bothered to show had bothered to fly across the Atlantic to engage in a civil debate. Free speech is absolute. No one, I hope, is proposing that Abaraone be prosecuted for voicing an opinion. For me, opposition to cancel culture is also absolute. The suggestion that he be expelled from Oxford is fundamentally misplaced. I mean, is it? If they're celebrating that, they're encouraging you. They're encouraging me. They're normalizing, they're rationalizing that it's acceptable, nay, imperative that we be murdered too. This is blatantly calling for the murder of people that agree with anything that this guy says, apparently. His views should not impinge on academic future and... But can he remain in office at the union? Can someone who thinks the way he does really represent a body that exists to promote open debate and free expression? Will any outside speakers come during his term? These are serious questions. It's grimly depressing that in issuing a pro forma statement to the effect that his views were his own, the union then banged on about racist abuse as though Abaraone were the victim. To those of us who love the institution, it's a test of its integrity for his own sake and for the society. I hope Abaraone has the decency to stand down. If you haven't watched this, you should watch it. When the two did debate, Kirk was notably polite. That's a good faith question. Thank you. Separate point, but I do wish people citing Kirk would display a tenth of his generosity to opponents.
I told myself that I was going to wait to address it thoroughly until I was more clear-minded, until I wasn't as emotionally driven. But quite honestly, I don't think that'll ever be the case. Ever since that day, I feel different. And you can say that's selfish, you can say that's inconsistent, so be it. It's the way I feel. But the way I feel isn't really what matters. What really matters is the truth. And the truth is that these people are evil. You can have your conspiracies about what actually transpired. You can have your think pieces about who exactly did it, who they did it with, who they did it for. But all I needed to see were the reactions. All I needed to see were the celebrations, the out of context quotes to fuel justification, the celebrations of a wife, a daughter, and a son having to see that. The reactions to a man who, whether it made him look good or it made him look bad, still promoted open and honest dialogue either way. That was all I needed to know, that if they had the chance, no matter what the actual motive was, they would have used their reasons to do the exact same thing. I said it before when it seemed like I was in the minority. I said it again, and I'll say it another. These people have set a precedent that states, even if you aren't directly hurting anyone, if you have an opinion or benefit in any way that they believe is detrimental to their in-group's health or life, then you deserve to have yours taken. The bank that denies your loan, the doctor that refuses to do an abortion, the woman that refuses to bake a cake, the random 25-year-old with the wrong opinion about some forever war across the world, the college kid that decided it just wasn't worth the effort to actually boycott Starbucks. Where does it end? It doesn't end until the echo chamber is the only chamber. And whoever's in their way is simply the price they'll pay. That includes me, and that includes you. They called him a fascist. You don't know what fascism is. This man died behind giving you people opportunities to tell him to his face how much you disagreed with him. And guess what? Now you no longer get to. So why are you celebrating? How is this a success? How is radicalizing the people that aren't willing to give you a chance to speak even more than they already were a success? It's a success because you people are demonic. And yes, if one of you is following me, that includes you too. For those with common sense, you may find yourself struggling with day-to-day conversations. You may find yourself struggling with your day-to-day content. They may seem meaningless. They may even seem dangerous. I've had those thoughts running through my mind as well. But now, more than ever, we need to think the opposite. You need to spread your word and the word as much as possible. I don't care if you got 2 followers. I don't care if you got 2 million. Make your voice heard and stand your ground. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. I told myself.
We're all working through it.
Church is overflowing today.
Oh, let me tell you who that guy was. Sorry, I wasn't familiar with him. Dejon, D-E-J-O-N. This is Steve Bannon.
Church is overflowing today. With some people have not been to church in decades. Others, young people, have never been inside a church. From Korea to Europe.
Oh shit, there's music in the background.
And all over the United States.
Talk over it. Doggone it. Didn't even realize there was music. All over the United States. Like 30,000 new chapters at Turning Point USA. Charlie Kirk, one of the most extraordinary leaders in our country. Now, I would argue you have to go back to the revolutionary generation to see someone that in his 20s changed the direction of the country, changed the direction of the country like that. Here's a witness that saw it.
Maybe 10 or 15 feet away when it happened.
So many traumatized people.
And I was doing okay. And then I was putting my 5-year-old to bed. And she had me read her story about love. I just couldn't finish the story. I was thinking about Charlie's little girls, his wife. He was such a powerful human being, and at 31 years old, the things that he accomplished. It's like, we got some candles here, and I couldn't hold a candle to that at this moment. I was closer than any of the students, closer than maybe one security guard between him and I. And I heard the pop, and I knew immediately it was a gunshot. And as soon as I thought that was a gunshot, I saw Charlie's neck and the blood, And I just knew instantly that there was no chance that he was going to survive. I saw a Facebook post from someone that they were at the event too, and a man from England commented that he was glad, and now that'll shut him up. And now he can't talk anymore. And that kind of hatred and that kind of vile attitude can't exist in society. I believe it was the governor earlier today said that if any part of you felt happy hearing this news, like, you need to check yourself. You need to see, what kind of angels could come into your life and change your heart, because there's a real cancer in our society, and it's not just in America, it's around the globe. I think it's infused by social media, but people carrying deep-rooted hatred that needs to stop. We can have differing opinions. We can have discussions. Get off that rooftop, stop holding your rifle down there and grab a microphone. Talk to somebody. It's only when we get heart to heart and really see who people are is the only way that we're going to solve this and cure the world of the cancer that's here.
Sky News. Here's a young man talking with Ben Berkwam.
Young man, you want to say why you're here, what Charlie Kirk meant to you?
He was my idol. Like, I remember watching his videos, wanting to be like him. Like, I would just see the way he would debate, and he would stay calm while the left was just yelling at him, and he was just so nice about it. And then they hated him so much because he knew he was right, but they just didn't want to admit it. So they ended up hating him, and they just killed him for it.
What's your name? How old are you?
I'm Bryson Levy. I'm 14.
Man, God bless you, bro. Where are you from?
I'm from here, Oakton.
Man, I pray a blessing on Bryson. This whole generation, Lord. Raise them up. Give them extra strength, extra power, wisdom, and favor, Lord. I just pray your angel armies go with Bryson everywhere you go, brother, that God makes you a man, a warrior for this generation, my man.
Thank you.
Yeah. Young man, you want to say why you're here?
I mean, he was the big brother.
Something remarkable and powerful is happening.
There's music. But here's all the clips. I don't know if these are all from this weekend, because you know how AI will just throw random clips in.
Kirk.
Up on the big screen at football.
Completely goes away.
Here's music. It says, if I die, if everything goes away, just remember me as a man of faith. For courage for my faith. Courage for my faith. Remember me for that. I'd play it for you if I could, but it's got music. Patrick Bet David.
Gen Z will be the
biggest generation of conservatives we've ever seen in the history of America. You got 68 to 70 million Gen Zs in America. Do you know what America is going to look like in the next 40 years because of what Charlie Kirk did the last 14 years? These kids on campus have been hearing Charlie. It's done. Once again, I'd love to play it for you, but they put music in it. I want to interview this guy if anyone can help me find him. This is an eyewitness to Charlie Kirk's murder, was cut off mid-account as people rushed in, grabbed him, and quickly silenced him before he could share the rest of what he saw.
Standing from probably the third row in the bottom, I heard the shot ring out, I looked to my left, and then I looked over to my right. I saw him slump over in his chair forward. He slumped over. He had blood coming from the left side of his neck down his shirt, and he slumped over and he was carried off. Get off me! Get off me!
Emotions are running high right now.
What type of weird interaction is this? Who are these people?
Okay.
I really want to know what this guy has to say. If someone can help me find him. Bunmiladitin. I don't know. Who is this? What's it? Bunmiladitin Gentren says, on November 5th, 2024, my timeline was full of people who were terrified for America. Terrified for the America that Donald Trump would create. The fear was palpable. I sympathized. I hate seeing people afraid. There was talk about an authoritarian Handmaid's Tale society that would make any dissent illegal, injustice running rampant, rights stripped, and a new hyper-religious New World Order. But on September 10th, 2025, many of those same people were quick to rationalize the murder of an American citizen who was executed without a trial in public by another citizen in a crowded outdoor arena. They said he deserved it because his words were too dangerous. His words specifically put others at risk. Therefore, the public assassination was not only his fault, but justified. They also told me that if I disagree, I'm a dangerous traitor too. Imagine my shock. In The Handmaid's Tale, the Republic of Gilead has strict laws when it comes to language. There's even a state-mandated vocabulary that reinforces the totalitarian ideology. In Gilead, speaking in a way that isn't sanctioned, especially in public, can earn you the death penalty. But even in this strange society, there was a false glimmer of due process for appearance's sake. Even in Gilead, they took certain steps as to not appear as barbaric as they actually were. If you were afraid of losing free speech 10 months ago, but cheered or made room in your heart for public murders over white picnic table debates today, your standards are lower than a fictional totalitarian government. Even North Korea holds mock trials. The moral high ground of those who claim to own empathy, love, and freedom has officially been ceded in their glee over a voice of dissent being given the blood-soaked treatment not even totalitarian government would go near for fear of being branded animalistic. If you made room, excused, or cheered over the death of a voice you don't agree with or find dangerous enough to permanently silence via murder without trial, you have proven that you do not, in fact, align with the democratic government system. The one that you were so afraid would be taken away. In that respect, Charlie Kirk won his final debate. He proved that just beneath the gilded, pillow-soft, free hug surface, the gilded, pillow-soft, free hugs surface of many movements that claim love, what drives them is hypocrisy. He proved that logic nor morality are the backbone of these movements, but rather it is a staunch control and echo chamber of amens or else. In the length of a bullet round, many became what they feared or exposed what they had always been. All moral high ground was immediately ceded in the wild laughter and desperate excuses yesterday. It had a sound as it left, a howling like a hit dog. Yes, Charlie won this round. The monster has been exposed. Bun me. Oh, I don't think I'll follow. Bunmi Laditon Gendron. That's well written. Samuel Fisher reports that the crowd just went wild as Secretary Kennedy took the stage at Charlie Kirk's vigil. The quote was, "I owe my unification with President Trump to Charlie," RFK Jr. said. Do you see the size of that crowd? It's everywhere. We're done. We are not doing this anymore. We're not doing this. We're not tolerating this. We're done. People are activated. This dude's activated.
I'm to the point now where fuck all liberals.
Always America first. He's at the point now. F all liberals, he says.
Straight up, I don't give a fuck if it's my mom, grandma, uncle, aunt. If you're a liberal, fuck you. And if you get down with them, fuck you too. Straight up, I don't give a fuck. It's America first, period. I don't care if you're Mexican, if you're black, if you're Chinese, Japanese, Vietnamese, whatever the fuck you are. If you're American, you're a brother of mine. you're American, you're a sister of mine. Period. Stop with the fucking bullshit. These fucking liberals are out of control, out of line. Straight up. If they want war, let's do it. Civil war, fuck it. Full 60, straight up. Fuck the left. And you heard it here first. Straight up, fuck the left and everything they stand for.
It's the left that declared war. Don't ever forget that. You don't target Trump and walk away from it. You don't take out Charlie Kirk, one of the biggest names on the right. Walk away from it. Oh yeah, people are losing their jobs. Oh yeah, people are being shamed publicly. Oh yeah, the silent are rising up and speaking out. We're sick of the shit. Everybody's sick of the shit. We're all sick of the shit. Don't ever forget the response to George Floyd was to burn America down. The response to Charlie Kirk is to band together with your community and pray. And there's music, so I gotta mute it. Look at these candlelight vigils. No riots, no violence, no destruction, no looting of stores for no apparent reason. Oh, a criminal died at the hands of a cop. I need to go loot a store. That has nothing to do with anything. What are you talking about? Burning the city down, smash and grab. That has nothing to do with anything. That's demonic that you would push that. Aaron Adair says, just to put things into perspective, liberals were disgusted about a blonde being in a jeans commercial, but not about seeing a man get shot in the neck in a cold-blooded murder. Really let that sink in. Let that sink in button. Liberals were disgusted about a blonde in a jeans commercial, but not about seeing a man shot in the neck in cold blood. Gator Gar here says, all right, Christians, help an ex-atheist and a former Democrat out. Can I just walk into a church and sit down? What about Mass on Sunday? Is there anything I need to do in advance? I don't want to start a denominational argument, but where do I go? My family needs to go to church. We replied, you just date churches until you find your fit. Secretary Sean Duffy says American Airlines had a pilot who was caught celebrating the assassination of Charlie Kirk, who's been immediately grounded and removed from service by American Air. This behavior is disgusting and they should be fired. Any company responsible for the safety of the traveling public cannot tolerate that behavior. We heal as a country when we send the message that glorifying political violence is completely unacceptable. Thank you, Secretary Duffy. Is there music in this or is there not? This post from Kale, 1999, says, you're slowly starting to understand everything. Here come the deeper level accusations.
You believe that the Jews run...
There's music.
Advisor.
Going in on AIPAC advisors, the Jews running Trump's government, Israel doing 9/11. Charlie, oh, wow, they did? Mm-hmm. About Epstein in the Middle East and... There's music. I can't play it. You got to watch this. Charlie Kirk confronted with someone saying it's Israel that's behind all of this stuff. You know, there's factions of the world that are saying that's who took him out. And that's why Ben Shapiro and Benjamin Netanyahu have been so prominently out there saying that they didn't do it. They have nothing to do with it. Israel didn't do it. What an odd thing to say. Do a public relations campaign tour about something that didn't happen. What an odd thing to just say. If you didn't do it, why even address it? Anyway, it's a 3-minute video. Watch it. Can't play it because it has music. Okay, I did share this one before. Yes, all right. Danielle D'Souza Gill says author, law enforcement officer, and lifelong Democrat Dion Joseph just announced that he's leaving the Democrat Party. Charlie just wanted to talk. He was assassinated for it. I can't be part of a party that fostered that. It's become demonic and barbaric. America has woken up, and Charlie's legacy will never be silenced. Carolyn Levitt has words.
Was a maverick.
Charlie Kirk was a maverick.
An independent-minded person who had the courage of his convictions. When so many influential voices in our society are brainwashing young people to abandon our faith, to stay single, not to have children, and to bash our country, Charlie Kirk offered us an alternative path. Charlie embraced our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, and proclaimed the gospel boldly and proudly. Charlie preached a message of faith to all who would listen. He encouraged young people to get married and to have children. And as a young person who has done it, I encourage you to do that as well. It is the best thing in life. It is the ultimate legacy that we can leave and our most important mission on this earth. Charlie celebrated American exceptionalism, and as you heard from our great Speaker of the House, he firmly believed and he proclaimed that America is the greatest country in the history of the world. Charlie Kirk was a man.
Well said. I mean, this bothers people that have been bullied into believing the earth is overpopulated. You shouldn't have kids. You should open your legs for anybody. You should abort anything that's slightly inconvenient. And if someone tries to tell you, man, that's not what we're supposed to be doing, and that's not how it's supposed to be here, they get triggered because inside it's activated. They know that they haven't been living right. They know that they haven't been making wise decisions. They know that a life is actually a life. They know right and they do know wrong, and they don't want to hear it because they're in an echo chamber of people that support it and encourage it. But when they go to bed at night and I mean, the men without children, just, like Charlie Kirk said, if you, you wear black and white, you wear the suit, it's like it's like the same suit you wear to a funeral because you are saying goodbye. You are dying. Your bachelor mindset is dying. Your lack of responsibility is dying. Like, everything changes. You become a different person because you have to. That's the human experience. Go forth and multiply. And the people that bought into endless abortions on demand, they're just clumps of cells, not sparks of human life. It's, I mean, this shit was going on since the pill came in the late 60s, the Woodstock generation. And America's birth rates have plummeted. I've watched reports where it's like that's mainly only happening on the left. The left are not having kids, so they don't have anyone to replace their backward ideologies. They're destructive, demonic, sad, incorrect, misguided, unfulfilling, unrewarding ideologies. They were told, no, I don't need no man. You don't need no man. Have kids, kick him out, take his money. No, you raise him on your own. You're a strong, independent woman. You don't need no man. Better yet, oh, you got pregnant, girl, you're going to have an abortion. End that thing. It's just a clump of cells. Get rid of it. Doesn't matter. You're creating life and you're destroying it. Like, it sort of matters. Even if you could be pro-abortion on a public policy level and personally pro-life, that's probably closest to where I landed on my philosophy, my ideology. Encourage people not to. Encourage the waiting list for adoptions is 3 million, and there's 2 million aborted babies every year. Like, just take it to term and donate the kid, adopt the kid, surrender the kid. There are families that can't have kids and they want kids, so that they can raise some kids right and train them with some good values so that they know good people will inherit the earth in the next generation. Yeah, there are people that have bought into this radical Marxist, anti-family, anti-Christian, anti-American way of life. And they get angry. They get triggered when they're confronted because they know how they feel inside at night. They feel empty. They feel abused. They feel used. They might not say that. They might never be able to admit that publicly, but I know that's in there somewhere. I don't know if that's 100% of what they're feeling. Half the time they're feeling it, every now and then, but it's in there. It's mixed in. It's baked into the cake. How much cinnamon did you use in the mix? Because I can really taste it. I don't know if it's a teaspoon, a tablespoon, 5 tablespoons. I don't know. But it's in the mix. You can taste it. You can smell it. People don't want to hear that. They don't want to be called out for what's happening and face the fact that maybe they've been taking guidance from the wrong people for too long. So President Trump has escalated his war on fake news, according to Fox here. Take a listen.
Suits against the 3 broadcast networks.
President Trump is bringing lawsuits to the major broadcast networks.
Is now escalating his battle against 2 of them. ABC and NBC fake news, 2 of the worst and most biased networks in history, give me 97% bad stories. If that's the case, they are simply an arm of the Democrat Party and should, according to many, have their licenses revoked by the FCC. I would be totally in favor of that because they are so biased and untruthful, an actual threat to our democracy. Lawsuits against the...
So keep your eyes peeled on that. Elon says it's true. Here's a New Jersey nurse who's been suspended because she was mocking Charlie Kirk's assassination. Nope. Are you the opposite? Take a listen.
You fired?
No, I'm not fired as of right now. Right now, I am suspended, indefinitely unpaid.
Why?
So I walked into the nurse's station and I just had learned about Charlie Kirk. I saw this guy. I didn't know who he was at the time, and he was standing there celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk, saying how he deserved it, he hated Charlie Kirk, and he had it coming to him. And
so you love Charlie Kirk. You didn't just want to wear of him.
I loved,
yeah.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Charlie Kirk. My first retweet in 2018 it was like my first blue checkmark retweet was Charlie Kirk. I was a couple years out of college and loved him ever since.
You're aghast at this, and what'd you say?
So I looked down at his badge because I didn't know, what job, if he was a doctor or a nurse, a
never
tech,
saw him before.
Never saw him before. I looked down, I see his badge and it says doctor. And I said, "You're a doctor?" I said, how are you saying this as a doctor that someone deserved to die? I mean, to me, I was just mind blown.
Are you fired?
And so, would you trust someone to operate on you if they hated you and thought that you were Hitler and needed to die? No, of course you wouldn't. These people need to be removed from their positions. They would let you die as part of their battle. They are true zealots of their cause. On the left.
Yeah.
All right, what is this?
Yes. So when he's first spotted on campus, he has different clothing on, and then he changes clothing on the roof, and then changed back into that clothing at some point, so that when he was apprehended, when he was arrested, the clothing matched the clothing he had on before the shooting here at UVU. Yes. Yes.
What now? Does that make sense?
So when he's first spotted on campus, he has different clothing on, and then he changes clothing on the roof, and then changed back into that clothing at some point, so that when he was apprehended, when he was arrested, the clothing matched the clothing he had on before the shooting here at UVU. Yes. Yes. So when he's first spotted on campus.
That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense about leaving a rifle on the roof or bringing a rifle with you or disassembling it and putting it in your pants, and then you take it out, then you reassemble it, and then you leave it in a bush, and then you brag about it in a thread, in a text or a Discord or whatever the hell is going on. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, people. David saying this is the reason a lot of people die during or right after surgery. They continue to lie about everything. I mean, imagine the killers that get away with it ideologically. Europe is fighting back, they say. Look at Ireland, Germany, France, Poland, Spain, and Britain. I don't know if there's music in there, but I'll turn it down. They want their countries back. England's waking up. Oh, look at this. Look at all these people. Look at this picture. Unite the kingdom. Great Britain sent a clear message to everyone that wants to destroy its Christian values, history, culture, and encourage people and courageous people. Enough. Man, that's a lot of people. Holding up signs of Charlie Kirk because we're all in this together. Some say where we go one, comma, ... Global, they woke up a sleeping giant. Look at all these people in Great Britain. They are sick of the invasion of their country. They want their nation back. It's been invaded. Look at all these people. It looks like a parade for a championship. See, people do care about important things sometimes. As far as the eye could see. There you go. Look at all that. People have been getting arrested for flying the flag of their own nation, siding with the people that have invaded their nation. Clear treasonous acts, siding with the invaders. But England showing up, showing a little bit of backbone. Look at that. Remember what the Crusades were? It was to push out an invading army. What were you taught in your school? Weren't you taught something different? Evil Christians, evil whites, evil Europeans, evil manifest destiny, evil something, something, something. The Crusades were to push out the Muslim invasion across Europe. So things are happening. Hey, you ever wonder why kids didn't shoot up schools back then? Because they were raised to respect God, their parents, and their country. Do you disagree? London, following a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk, bagpipers sing or perform. Amazing Grace. I remember when my buddy died, and we got him in the memorial for the NAM convention, National Association of Music Manufacturers or Music Merchants, and they had bagpipers come in and playing. And it was powerful. It was moving. Hey, here's Democrats whenever someone disagrees with them. Racist, fascist, Nazi, sexist. That's their bag of tricks. That's it, folks.
Jasmine Crockett, of all people, is going to say this, and she's ghetto than all get out. And I didn't say that because of her skin color. I said it because she's a U.S. senator sitting here acting like a thug.
But I literally have never said anything to invoke violence, and I challenge somebody to go and find a clip of a Democrat invoking violence.
Oh, my goodness.
This is just a warning to you.
Doggone it, there's music. She issues a warning to be careful and tread lightly for those of you who are soldiers. Make them pay.
I will.
I will go and take out Trump tonight. If you only see anybody from the cabinet in a restaurant or a gasoline station, you get in their face. I just want to play this for you, but it's music. Shit. These are awesome pieces of context that I can't play for you. Anyway.
Oh, Charlie Kirk got murdered by one of his own. Not LGBTQIA, not Democrat.
Charlie Kirk assassin Tyler Robinson lived with his transgender partner.
Well. Well.
Oh, Charlie Kirk got murdered by one of his own.
So it doesn't look like it's one of his own. We can drop that narrative, I think. Kobe says, so you're saying there's a group of people on the right more extreme than Charlie Kirk? Brandon Herrera says, most of us. They killed the nice guy. Breaking, the male New Jersey surgeon who cheered Charlie Kirk's murder has resigned, and the female nurse who was suspended for calling him out just got reinstated. All is right in the universe. This is the way, people. How many firings are you responsible for in your life today, like this week? My number's not 0, but I have rookie numbers. Got to up those rookie numbers. Vintage silver 72.
I'm going to put the exact same thing on here that I put on Facebook. I don't give a fuck if you're my friend, my family. I don't give a shit if I've known you since I was a fucking little kid. If you think that what happened to Charlie Kirk today is okay and you're cheering it on, delete me, unfriend me. I don't know you anymore. We're not good. Go fuck yourself. Thanks.
There you go. There you go. Oh my gosh, did you see this?
You're not celebrating death, you're celebrating the end of harm. And there's a big fucking difference. Charlie Kirk built his platform around stoking fear of...
Dude, this guy is gross.
Immigrants, students, queer and trans people, and marginalized folks. He made the world a more dangerous place for them to live in. So don't be surprised if not everyone cries when he's gone. For some folks, it's a nervous system reset. Like, finally, one less source of harm to carry around. That relief doesn't make you cruel, it makes you human. History shows this over and over. When dictators, abusers, or violent leaders die, communities sometimes dance in the streets. That isn't because they love death, it's because they've been living in fear and finally get a moment of release. That's survival. And listen, when people say, well, I feel compassion for the kids who lost their lives in the school tragedy, why can't you feel compassion for him? That's not the mic drop they think it is. Those kids were innocent. They didn't spend years spreading hate, disinformation, or...
See, they use these things, these blanket, oh, they're spreading hate, oh, they're lying, oh, they're misinformation or disinformation. Fuck you. You don't own the right to truth. You don't own all of your facts. You don't get to call the balls and strikes about everything in the world. And he's not pointing to anything specific because he doesn't have specifics. And even if he had specifics, you don't get to kill if somebody has a different opinion or viewpoint on life than you. God, these people. Sal chiming in, kids were taught to give respect to their elders. Kids are looked upon as equals these days, and that's a huge problem. I tell my boys, we aren't friends until you pay your own way. And yes, David bringing up the Knights Templar. Oh yeah, those are in the Dan Brown books. It's pushing out the invading army of Arabia. Well, of, the Islamic expansion across Europe, as we're seeing right now, by the way. David, what do you mean some shows implied that both he and his wife are not the same people? Do you mean Charlie Kirk and his wife? Not the same people since when? Or is that what you're saying? Trash Panda, I bet his husband is proud of him. If his husband has any self-respect, they'd be ashamed at this.
Are actively harming people. Comparing victims of violence to someone who built their career causing harm.
built their career causing harm. Trying to undo the harm that your side is lying about.
Is a lazy, false equivalence. And if you're feeling sadness, grief, or empathy for Charlie Kirk, that is valid. Lean into it. Compassion is never wrong if it's real for you. But here's the point.
Oh, really? Take a swallow. What is the point?
Different emotional reactions are valid. Not everyone is going to feel the same thing, and that doesn't make one side good people and the other side bad people. Empathy isn't a moral litmus test. Like I've said, it's a boundary. And stop trying to police other people's feelings, you weirdos. So, if you feel...
This guy is telling us that we're weirdos because we don't think calling for the political assassination of people that we disagree with is right. Doesn't this guy have an accreditation board? Is he really giving out mental health services? Does he have some sort of psychological degree? Is he credentialed to give therapy services in whatever city, county, state situation he's in? Can somebody please talk to the people that give this guy a little bit of fucking credit, a little bit of panache, holding some letters next to his name? Can that be revoked? Can that be revoked for this guy? Wow. Wow.
Sadness, that's okay. If you feel relief, that's okay. If you feel nothing at all, also okay. You don't owe anyone a performance of grief. You owe yourself honesty. And honesty will always be healthier than pretending. You're not...
Okay, I guess it's file a complaint with the Oregon Board of Professional Licensed Counselors and Therapists. Therapists. Tough word to say. So, hey, people. Oh, by the way, J.D. Vance took over Charlie Kirk's show today on Real America's Voice. If you haven't watched that. I think I did find a clip from it. But look, if anyone out there wants to feel like you did something today, this guy's name's Jeff Gunther, Guenther, LPC. You just saw the comments. If you find him vile, despicable, and shocking that somebody might be counseling someone going through grief or delusion with this radical ideology, you could file a complaint with the Oregon Board of Professional Licensed Counselors and Therapists. Don't have the contact info, but hey, Trash Pandas, you want to try something today? See if Jeff Gunther, LPC, is that LPC?
Not celebrating.
Is that licensed practitioner, psychiatric? I don't know what LPC means. Jeff Gunther. If you didn't like what you had to hear, consider reaching out right there. Oregon Board of Professional Licensed Counselors and Therapists. See if Jeff Gunther works there. Please report back tomorrow if any of you do that.
I've said it once.
This is on the contrary.
And I will say it again. TikTok clip culture is ruining people's brains.
Yep.
You all are not as smart as you think you are. Just because you see 7 seconds of a clip out of context where something seems like something is racist or it seems like something is misogynistic, maybe you should watch more than 7 seconds. Maybe. But because your attention span is gone, you're freaking Dory, you think, oh yeah, 7 seconds, he's a fascist. Where did your critical thinking go? Where is it? Where is it? And it's not just the attention span clip culture that's the issue. It's the fact that we're throwing around words as if they mean nothing. Charlie Kirk says, oh, if I see a black pilot, I might wonder if they're DEI. How is that inherently racist?
Yeah, that's the other one that they threw out there. Well, he said that if there's a black pilot, he would think it's DEI. Yeah, because you've been pushing a program that puts less qualified people into very important positions, making everybody suspicious if the people in those positions are qualified in those positions. You push that policy. We did not think that was a good way to move forward in this country. You want the best bus driver for your kids, not the best woman driver, the best Asian driver, the best. Don't make the jokes. Don't make the jokes. Okay, you can make the jokes. This message is so good from the Babylon Bee. Cancel culture. Leftist fired simply for having a different opinion on whether conservatives should be murdered. Well, I don't agree with his Bart killing policy, but I do agree with his Selma killing policy. I'll vote Sideshow Bob. Yeah. The racist stuff is the DEI policy to begin with. If the Cleveland Browns need a new player to get better, you don't get the best player available who attended Bowling Green State University. You find the best player available. So yeah, calling that out is defending you and your culture, your community, your people. Because the perception now is that the people in positions of power, if they're women, if they're anything other than a straight white Christian dude, the question is, well, was that a diversity hire? Was that a DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion? You check a box so you get the job over someone that's actually qualified or actually more qualified. There's a problem with that. And the problem with that is everything about DEI. It's phrased really nicely, like the Patriot Act. Don't you love patriots? Therefore, you should vote for the Patriot Act and love it. Oh, it's diversity and equity inclusion. That sounds incredible. It's racist and it's illegal. It's discrimination, and you know it. You've always known it. Sideshow Bob 2028.
DEI is a thing, is it not? Is it racist to wonder? I wonder if that black pilot is DEI hired. If you said that to your ancestors that got beat, lynched, and you said, this is racism, they'd call you retarded. They'd call you retarded. Yes, I said that word. They call you retarded. So what are we doing here? What do words mean anymore? What is going on? Where is your critical thinking? Where is it? I can't find it. I can't. I've said it once and I will say it again. TikTok clip culture is ruining people's brains.
Is it literally ruining people's brains? I think so, because they're posting fake quotes. Like I said, it's not like if you have quotes that are actually bad that you get to kill someone that you disagree with, or somebody who said something inarticulately, or you just you lock in one particular quote and nobody's allowed any evolution on their thoughts and policies. Here's Charlie talking with Patrick Bet David. Is this where perhaps Charlie Kirk flew too close to the sun by questioning America's greatest ally?
How did these guys not know this was taking place?
So I've been to Israel many times. The whole country's a fortress. When I first heard this story, I still had the same gut instinct that I did initially. I find this very hard to believe. I've been to that Gaza border. You cannot go 10 feet without running into a 19-year-old with an AR-15 or an automatic machine gun that's an IDF soldier, right? The whole country is surveilled. And so let me just kind of go through this. We don't talk about Israeli politics very often, and most Americans don't know this. The last 9 months, Israel was on the brink of civil war. It's not an exaggeration. This judicial stuff, there were hundreds of thousands of Israelis taking to the streets because Bibi Netanyahu was basically redefining the Israeli constitution. That's not an exaggeration, right? He said the judicial branch has too much power. There were protests planned this week against Netanyahu, where they anticipated tens of thousands of people to take to the streets. That's all gone, Patrick. Netanyahu now has an emergency government and a mandate to lead. I'm not willing to go so far that saying that Netanyahu knew or there was intelligence here, but I think some questions need to be asked. Was there a stand down order? Was there a stand down order? 6 hours? I don't believe it. Israel's the size of New Jersey. When I took a helicopter ride from Jerusalem
Just the beginning of it again?
to the Gaza border, it's 45 minutes.
Oh, no. Wow.
6 hours. They're live streaming the killing of Jews. Did somebody in the government say stand down?
And my question about that, I had this conversation with Blake Wally on a previous episode of the Agree to Disagree show before I essentially titled it, oh man, I almost got it, before I changed it to the TNAM Daily Show. I'm like, you're telling me that people in the military were given an order to stand down and they watched their countrymen just get butchered and slaughtered? That they went along? Yep, all right, I'll just hang out for 6 hours. Yep, we're watching the live streaming of, okay, no biggie. You're telling me anybody would accept that order? Prove it. I'm all ears, but it doesn't make any sense. I'm all ears. And that's the other thing. Well, you know, a bird couldn't land on the fence without Israel knowing about it. There's no way people in hang gliders could have done it. There's no way something bad could have happened. There could have been intelligence failures, or the monitoring of that area was weak for some reason, or exploited, or shut down temporarily. Like, you mean there's literally no possible way that it could have possibly been anything other than them doing it to themselves to justify expansion and to distract from the uprising in their own country to get rid of Bibi? That's plausible, but isn't it plausible that that didn't happen? But a lot of people are asking if these questions are what got rid of Charlie Kirk.
That is a legitimate, non-conspiracy question.
How did these...
This is a comedian. I forget her name. What's her name?
Christ
I'm not seeing it, but the comment is Christ is King.
is king. Why is that labeled anti-Semitic?
Because it is.
There's music. Why is the phrase Christ is King labeled as anti-Semitic?
Yeah, it goes totally against our religion.
I want to, man, I just want to play these things. Christ was anti-Semitic. He said, "You're the synagogue of Satan. Get out of here, you brood of vipers." There's actually a verse in the Bible. You're children of the devil. So I don't understand evangelical Christians read this and they're like, "Oh, our friends," she says. It says they're God's chosen people. I always hear that from Republicans. Well, then who are you? Who are you worshiping? Yeah, if they're God's chosen people, who are you, Christians? What does that mean, that they are God's chosen people? If you're a Christian, you believe that Jesus Christ is, and they were not fans of Jesus Christ. Why is Christ is King labeled anti-Semitic? Because it is. It goes totally against their religion, though. If you say Christ is King, what's your job? Anyway, I wanted her to say it. Yeah, that phrase is, it's out there right now. More and more people are saying it very loudly. Marjorie Taylor Greene says, there is nothing left to talk about with the left. They hate us. They assassinated our nice guy who actually talked to them peacefully during debating ideas. Then millions on the left celebrated and made clear they want all of us dead. To be honest, I want a peaceful national divorce. Our country is too far gone and too far divided, and it's no longer safe for any of us. What will come from Charlie Kirk being martyred is already happening. It's a spiritual revival building the kingdom for Christ. But it will happen on the outside, not within the halls of our government. Democrats are hardened in their beliefs and will flip the switch back as soon as they have power. And if you're expecting Republicans to fight against evil with the power they currently possess and end this once and for all, you're going to be extremely disappointed. This week, Congress will be voting on another continuing resolution, Biden's budget that funds transgender policies, not our own Trump policy budget that funds what you voted for. We had 9 months to get it done, but for reasons I don't understand or agree with, it wasn't the priority. Government is not answer. God is. Turn your full faith and trust to our almighty God and Savior, Jesus Christ. Tighten your circle around your family and protect them at all times. I will pray for the left, but personally, I want nothing to do with them. I want nothing to do with them. Button. They hate us. Yeah, like Scott Adams said, move away, get away. The left, get away from the left cities, the left states, get away. The Quartering says, Colin Rugg reports 2 men were arrested for placing a bomb on a Fox 13 media vehicle. Oh, where? Salt Lake City, Utah. What's going on in Utah? Adib Nasir, 58, and Adil Justice Ahmed Nasir have reportedly been arrested. Salt Lake City Police Department Bomb Squad and the Unified Fire Authority Arson Bomb Squad say, well, something. See these 2 people? The Quartering says they were booked as white. I am not kidding. Adib and Adil are white. This is why you can't trust the crime statistics. because they're messing with the crime data, the terrorism data, the domestic terrorism data, all to demonize Whitey. It's really weird. Messaged here, like I said, went to church yesterday for the first time in years. Got 3 minutes of whataboutism and a call to make peace with demons. We needed this sermon instead.
Assassination.
This is a political assassination. This is is that Father Chris Aller?
Do you know that this is our first political assassination in the United States since 1968? Martin Luther King was killed in April of that year, and then Robert F. Kennedy was killed in June of that year. Charlie Kirk was bringing the truth to college campuses, mainly the beauty of God and country. They feared him because he was actually changing the mind of college kids, showing them the insanity of what they are being taught, the indoctrination, and the lie that it's based on. He said, when people quit talking, that's when you get violence.
Yeah.
So he invited discussion. He also, though, lived what he preached. He just didn't preach it. He lived. He said, I'm religious, and I want you to find the happiness of God, of living virtuous, not living sin. That's not hate. He was asked if he died what he would want to be remembered for. And he answered, the courage of my faith. That's what I want to be remembered for. You know, as a Protestant, he had a lot of courage. One of the most disappointing things, in addition to the tragedy, was if you saw the video on the House floor in our government yesterday. Someone asked for a moment of silent prayer. And according to the feedback that I'm getting, it was one political party members screaming, no. And they were booing when they were asked to pray. Violence and murder are the tragic consequences, it was said yesterday, when there is a demonizing of those you disagree with. This is a political assassination. Do you know that this is...
I wanted a sermon that was going to directly address this stuff head on. Benny Johnson here said FBI Director Kash Patel shares newly obtained texts and findings exposing the suspect's motive in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
One more point on forensics. We were able to obtain in record time the text message chain between the suspect and his live-in partner, as well as other critical cellular information from our CAS team that analyzes cell phone data towers in the area to pinpoint the locations of the suspect and other individuals he was speaking with. This is critical information that the FBI processed and got to prosecutors so they can lawfully use it in a court of law. And our investigation, our interviews continue, but we've learned some shocking things when we spoke to his family and friends as well.
You want to share them? Those shocking things?
Sure. And my job as FBI director is not to speak to motive, is to speak to the facts. And that's what I'm going to do. His family has collectively told investigators that he subscribed to left-wing ideology, and even more so in these last couple of years. And he had a text message exchange, he the suspect, with another individual, in which he claimed that he had an opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and he was going to do it because of his hatred for what Charlie stood for. Those are factually accurate investigatory findings by the FBI that we've handed over to the local authorities and the federal authorities to make their prosecutorial decisions. But I believe in this instance of such public importance, the public has a right to know. And I've told you I'm committed to transparency, and that's what I'm doing here today.
Why didn't that...
People are still considering it to be a cover-up, though. There are still unanswered questions.
As a funeral director, I am going to share a...
There's music here. She says, for the people who still don't feel it's real, she's saying this as a funeral director, that some of the images that were released of Charlie Kirk in his casket. It helps us because we have the traumatic images looping in our brains. We can't move forward in the grief process in a healthy way when we're stuck. Saying that Erica gave us a gift with these pictures so that we can kind of address it. I would play it, but they have music. Just darn music. Here's Rob Schneider.
This show tonight to Charlie Kirk. God bless you, Charlie. You can kill a man, but you can't kill a message. This country is stronger than any man, stronger than any violence. It's the freest country in the history of the world. And it's worth fighting for. It's worth defending with all your heart. Because we've been able to live our lives in the freest country in the history of the world, but what we need to fight for is our children and our grandchildren. And that's what Charlie was thinking. I've never seen anybody get so much more out of life in 31 years. Charlie Kirk. I dedicate this.
That feels right to me. It's hard to imagine people getting more out of life at only 31 years old. I was actually surprised he was that young. Because like I said, I wasn't a super fan. I didn't really go to... I was invited to go to a Charlie Kirk thing a few months ago. I regret not going now.
Guys, the reason Charlie Kirk was shot is because of the simple fact is he told the truth. And the world doesn't like the truth. The Bible says, then you shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. And the reason people don't like the truth is because it reveals all the lies, all the flaws within yourself. But that's why I commit to God, and that's why I commit to Christ, because every single day we are pursuing truth. And in the pursuit of truth, we get better as human beings. RIP to Charlie Kirk, because he represented what truth was, and a lot of people hated him for that. But the thing is you get to reveal who you truly are, and you get to find yourself in truth. So don't give up on that. You know it's love. We never miss. And look at what God gave us.
Texas Tech student has been arrested after hurling vile comments at Charlie Kirk mourners. Yelling, F y'all, homie dead, he got shot in the head. Could you imagine? Could you imagine deciding to do something like that? Where, oh, where does that even come from? Shame on you. According to Greg Abbott, Texas Tech student. All right, breaking. Leftists are creating a website to help anyone who was fired for praising the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Are you serious?
You or someone you know have been fired by a company that is caving to white supremacy right now. We have created a website that will be up in about 24 hours called Fired for Freedom. Firedforfreedom.visual.com. This website lists out businesses and schools for terminating employees for freedom of expression. There will also be a link to email us if you have been targeted by doxing white supremacists. As I said, yes.
White supremacists. I don't know if I've ever met a white supremacist. What even are these boogie monsters that this cuckold is repeating? He's a white guy. Why is he repeating such garbage?
Today, this sword will cut both ways. If you or someone you know have been fired...
Oh, the sword will cut both ways. Tim Pool says, consider where we are and what I predicted last year with the bifurcation of the economy and social fabric. Where do you see this going?
This is you. This is your sister.
This is think about this. So this is about Charlie Kirk and Iryna Zarutska. This is you and this is your sister.
Sister, your wife, your daughter. But this right here is you. This is your sister, your wife, your daughter. This is you. This is your sister, your wife, your daughter. But this is you. And this is their reaction when you are killed. This is the joy they feel when your sister is raped, when your children are castrated, brainwashed to hate you. This is their ecstasy when the floor of the subway car is awash in your blood. This is you. Make no mistake, that is a symbol, that is you. But this won't last long. They can't help themselves because they're so ugly and so low that the only joy they can experience, the only good that they can envision is to take something beautiful or innocent down to their level. And when they can't do it, the next best thing is blood. This is Charlie's family, and these are his children who will never be able to hug their dad and grow up with a murdered father. And these are the people who smugly revel in this, and they won't stop with just Charlie.
Disgusting people, aren't they?
The boats are burned. There's nobody coming to help. The barbarians are at the gate. This is the fall of ancient Rome that we are living through currently. And what happens in the next 2 weeks is going to determine the future of mankind. That's not hyperbole. That's just how it is.
Even now, I am still shocked by the way people reacted, and it wasn't a small amount. And keep in mind, that's how many made videos. Imagine the type of person you have to be to make a video celebrating it and put it public. Then imagine how many thought the same but didn't make a video.
This is you. This is your...
How many people? That's a good question. How many people felt the same but didn't say something publicly? And that's why some of them are lashing out, trying to get mad at me or get mad at you, or how dare you say it? Like, they're lashing out because they know they're next, because their heart has been so hardened and poisoned by this toxic ideology. Maybe that's part of it. I don't know for certain, but I suspect it's possible.
I think that
these are some of the Charlie Kirk moments posted by Jack Posobiec in Human Events. I think that, he says,
should by law, half of the NBA should be white.
Great.
That's a good point. I think that by law, half the NBA should be white. There, let's always turn these arguments around into something ridiculous to see, does it make sense or is it not make sense?
Fine.
And the product would suck.
We are a conquered country.
Music. Oh, he's showing that picture of that statue of that unaccomplished, unimpressed woman.
Would you agree/disagree that the Make America movement, MAGA movement, is a cult?
What is a cult?
Do you know any characteristics of a cult?
I don't know, a charismatic leader that constantly lied people, and they took them out of everyday normal life and leads them towards ostracization and cutting off of family ties. Am I getting closer to describing the Democrat Party?
Exactly. Am I getting closer to describing the Democrat Party? That's exactly what it is.
You condemn Elon Musk doing Nazi salutes?
It's very simple. It was not a Nazi salute.
Do it.
See, I have done it multiple times. No, let me interrupt you. That is a bad faith question and argument. You just did a Nazi salute. You're a Nazi. I can't believe it. Get this Nazi off our campus.
Do you know what carbon dioxide is?
Yes. You want to see it?
Okay, you can't see it. It's a chemical property.
Well, you want to hear it?
You can't hear it either.
You just did.
You cannot. No, you can't. You're hearing my voice. You're hearing the frequency of my voice. Okay, so you don't believe it.
I think that it should, by law, half of the NBA should be white.
Great. Fine.
And the product would suck.
I love that line. I got to remember to use that. By law, half the U.S. or half of the NBA needs to be white. I like it. And the product would suck, and you'd realize how dumb of an idea this is. You reward talent, not random demographics. I don't know. I've been watching a lot of stuff. Charlie Kirk's social media accounts gain millions of followers. His Instagram has almost doubled to 12.1 million, up 2 million on TikTok, and up about 1 million on YouTube. You've been seeing these numbers and wanted to share you But yeah, we've been binging the content ever since. Of course, the numbers are up. Let's take a look around with Miss Muckraker. Breaking: New York Governor Kathy Hochul is expected to endorse socialist Muslim Zohran Mamdani in New York City mayoral race per CNN. Can you believe it? Kathy Hochul does not want to get reelected. This would be the difference if New York goes Muslim. You want to cover up the Statue of Liberty in the tablecloth, in the blanket, the sheet, the burqa. How the leftists can't look at this and call that misogynistic, I don't know what to tell you. President Trump says Governor Kathy Hochul of New York has endorsed the little communist, Zohran Mamdani, running for mayor of New York. This is a rather shocking development, a very bad one for New York City. How can such a thing happen? Washington will be watching this situation very closely. No reason to be sending good money after bad. President Donald J. Trump. Breaking: California lawmakers have advanced a bill to ban the sale of non-stick cookware and corded kitchen appliances that contain PFAS. All right. I mean, if that stuff can get into our food supply and into our body and it's not good for us, then let's use different products. I mean, if it's found to be poison, like maybe we should remove poison. I'm not legislation. I'm not anti-legislation just because I lean right. I lean libertarian. I don't want poison ending me because I'm trying to cook food. Use a different product if it's bad for us. They say throw out all your black plastic spatulas and stuff because it's made of the same plastic from like computers and it has all sorts of toxins in it and it can leach into our food. I don't know if that's true or not, but I've heard it and it sounds about right. And I've heard some smart people say it. I'm curious. Actually, let me ask Grok just for a secondary. Is there an extra special danger cooking or eating food with or on black plastic? It's a weirdly phrased. No definitive evidence. Black plastic can leach fire retardants, PBDEs, pigments, or recycled materials. Plymouth study said black items, especially those made from recycled electronics, can leach toxic chemicals like brominated flame retardants or heavy metals like lead or cadmium when heated or exposed to acidic foods. These chemicals are linked to health risks like endocrine disruption or toxicity with long-term exposure. And high temperatures are bad. Recycled plastics are bad. E-waste and unknown contaminants. Inconsistent safety standards in manufacturing. But all plastics, regardless of color, can pose risks if they're not food grade or if they're misused, like heated beyond their safe range. Okay. So sort of right. Miss Muckraker, understand if you are a teacher idolizing the shooter of the Charlie Kirk assassination, you're affirming the ideology of a potential school shooter in your class. Young Hoon Kim says, as the world's highest IQ record holder standing in Christ and for freedom, I joined Turning Point USA. Now is the time to rise and fight for truth. Thank you, Charlie Kirk. Mike Lee says, in the coming days, I'll be filing my previously drafted legislation to restore Smith-Mundt and renaming it the Charlie Kirk Act. Domestic political government-funded propaganda must end now. I'm on board. Charlie Kirk in 2015 said, morning, noon, and night, I cry out in my distress, and the Lord hears my voice. Psalms 55:17. Sassafras 84 says, listen, I already hate the Democrats, but it gets worse. Their next point. We watched Charlie Kirk get shot. His death was more impactful than any child who died from gun violence. Americans get off on triggering content. That's so fucking low. Excuse me, but didn't y'all cheer when the girls from Camp Mystic died in the flood? They were white and you labeled them as Trump children. Watching the left cheer on the death of people is gross and beyond inhumane. We have resolutions to fix the school shootings, but Democrats don't want to come to the table. All they want is to disarm us. I'm seriously so disgusted right now. Matt Walsh says, BLM riots, Antifa, church shootings, Trump assassination attempt, Charlie Kirk assassination, pro-life pregnancy center fires, Tesla vandalism, attacks against ICE agents, attacks against police, attacks against federal courthouses. This is merely a partial list. Nearly all of the politically motivated violence in America is committed by one side. This is not a both sides thing. This is a one side thing. And that's what I said about the church thing. They failed. Don't give me whataboutism in a moment like this. Matt Walsh says, I'm not even counting the everyday street violence committed by dangerous criminals who are released into our communities by leftist officials for political and ideological reasons. I'm also not counting the daily death threats against people like me, but we should count all of that too. AF Post, Sam Hyde slammed Trump supporters who think they can win by allying with Israel. They're never going to let you into that club. Charlie Kirk was in that club. He started to question the club. Now he's out of the club. Stop thinking that Israel is going to save you, Hyde added. Likening allying with Israel to making a bargain with the devil. Oh, there you go. Disclosed TV reports Benjamin Netanyahu addresses a Democrat and Republican U.S. congressional delegation in Israel. Quote, but do you have cell phones? You have cell phones here? You're holding a piece of Israel right there. You know that? Huh? What the hell does that have to do with anything? What's he saying? Wasn't it the country that blew up the computers? The laptops? Remember that? Now, Marco Rubio, Mike Huckabee, and Benjamin Netanyahu are praying at the Wailing Wall in Israel wearing kippahs. I don't get why a Christian would put some other denomination's faith thing on as if they are going to practice in other religions' things. I've never understood that. President Trump says, the federal government under my auspices as president of the United States of America has stepped into the complete criminal mess that was Washington, D.C., our nation's capital. Because of this, D.C. has gone from one of the nation's most dangerous and murder-ridden cities in the USA and even around the world to one of the safest in just a few weeks. The place is absolutely booming, with restaurants, stores, and businesses packed, and for the first time in decades, virtually no crime. It's been a beautiful thing to watch, but now, under pressure from the radical left Democrats, Mayor Muriel Bowser, who has presided over this violent criminal takeover of our capital for years, has informed the federal government that the Metropolitan Police Department will no longer cooperate with ICE in removing and relocating dangerous illegal aliens. If I allowed this to happen, crime would come roaring back. To the people and businesses of Washington, D.C., don't worry. I am with you and won't allow this to happen. I will call a national emergency and federalize if necessary. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Make America great again. President DJT. Oklahoma Attorney General says, I will always enforce the law and protect Oklahoma's children. The opinion makes clear obscene drag shows in public or in the presence of children are illegal and violators will be prosecuted. Punchbowl News says Hakeem Jeffries spent the weekend in California raising millions for Democrats. Redistricting ballot initiative. Prop 50. That's his second visit to the state this year. Jeffries has hauled in more than $100 million for House Democrats since January. Okay, I don't know this story. Good God, here's another. President Trump says, I am aware of the terrible reports regarding the murder of Chandra Nagamalaya. a well-respected person in Dallas, Texas, who was brutally beheaded in front of his wife and son by an illegal alien from Cuba who should have never been in our country. This individual was previously arrested for terrible crimes, including sex abuse, grand theft auto, and false imprisonment. But he was released back into our homeland under incompetent Joe Biden because Cuba did not want such an evil person in their country. Rest assured, the time for being soft on these illegal immigrant criminals is over under my watch. Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, Attorney General Pam Bondi, Borders Czar Tom Homan, and many others in my administration are doing an incredible job in making America safe again. The criminal who we have in custody will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. He will be charged with murder in the first degree. Jasmine Crockett, representative, says, when I see ICE, I see slave patrols. Law enforcement was born out of slave patrols. This is the garbage the schools are pumping into kids' brains. Garbage. Pure garbage. What is this? The Crash Corner. Who's talking here?
Great dishonor.
It is my great dishonor to report.
To be the person that says this and breaks this to you.
Never mind. There's piano music. He's asked if he ever feels unsafe, and he's like, I'm trusting God, essentially. Joey Manarino says, it honestly scares the crap out of me when I see doctors and nurses sharing the I'm glad Charlie Kirk died content. How would they treat me, a conservative man, if I was in need of critical care and couldn't speak for myself? Imagine if I was unconscious and they happened to read my X feed or see my Instagram posts that show my conservative values and activism. Would they just pull the plug and let me die? Yes, they would.
I was just fired from my job.
There's music. Hold on. Can't have music. Political analyst Matthew Dowd fired from MSNBC. Panthers fired communications coordinator Charlie Rock for posts against Charlie Kirk. Should have coordinated being a decent human being, you effing goofy. I'd imagine getting another job in that field is going to be treacherous. Fuck you, little punk. It's got music. I can't. Anyway, it's just all the people being fired. We could do better. Clemson University has announced that there will be an emergency meeting between the board of trustees, says Ahmed Y. Let's be clear, Clemson needs to fire the 3 professors who celebrated Charlie Kirk's death. They have one chance to make this right for funding or lose funding and support.
Was answering a question.
Charlie Kirk was answering a question.
When he was shot. Do you know what the question was? It was about transgender shooters. Charlie didn't get to answer that question. I'll answer that question. All of this is demonic. When you can't find a physical cause, look for a spiritual cause. When you hate someone that has never met you or said or done anything particularly focused on you to the degree that you will murder them, cause their wife to be a widow and their children to be fatherless. The question is, why? And I would say, demon. Our world doesn't understand the unseen realm. Our world doesn't understand the spiritual. It doesn't believe in God, doesn't believe in demons, it doesn't believe in the soul. Charlie Kirk was answering a question when he was shot. Do you know what the question was?
That's wild. Update on this story?
Do you guys remember the OnlyFans model who disappeared from a porta potty party?
Crime time, tea time. OnlyFans model disappears from a porta potty party. What does that even mean?
In Dubai last March. For 10 days, she was missing. Her family was 100% sure she had been trafficked. And then she shows up on the side of the road, literally clinging to life. Unconscious, broken spine, broken arms, broken legs, broken collarbone, and scalped. She awoke.
And scalped?
From her coma and is telling her story, and it's beyond comprehension. Her name is Maria Kovalchuk. She's a 21-year-old Ukrainian OnlyFans model, and she nearly lost her life at the hands of extremely wealthy men. Okay, first of all, porta potty parties are real, not some urban myth. They are real and they are horrific. If you don't know what they are, it's a party held by these very, very wealthy men who are into humiliating, degrading, and abusing women. And they will pay these young, beautiful women sometimes hundreds of thousands of dollars for one night of torture. Mariah attended one of these parties and apparently made these already vile men mad when she refused to participate in whatever they were asking her to do. So they stole her passport and her cell phone. She was able to escape to a nearby construction site, but they found her, kidnapped her, and for 10 days abused her beyond comprehension. The Dubai police said her injuries were consistent with a fall and claimed that she must have tried to end her own life by jumping off a ledge at this construction site. Her doctors, however, said her injuries were consistent with being beaten for days and then thrown out of a moving vehicle. The Dubai police covered all of her expenses and hospital bills with the understanding that she would not speak poorly about how they handled the investigation. Oh, and the men that did this to her were released from custody and will face no charges. Do you guys remember the...
Guys, demons, dude. Yeah, anyway, I want to talk to this guy. Like I said, I played you that earlier. Here's Dan Bongino talking about the multiple warning signs about this killer, Tyler Robinson.
There appear to have been multiple warning signs. You just laid out some of them. There were people in his network, friends and family, who had stated that he had become more political, that he had become, at some parts, I believe some of his coworkers had stated that he had kind of detached himself when the topic of politics came up and walked away from them. Family members said he'd become more political, leading us to believe that this ideology had infected him and had taken over. And he was just intent, it appears, from the data we've accumulated and the channel and that note, which we have some evidence may have existed before based on the communications in that channel, that his target was obviously going to be Charlie and that people knew in advance. The question is, again, I just want to go back to what you had asked before. Did they know? Were they sure of this? Or did they hear this and just write it off? That's what we're going to have to find out. And that's what we're investigating now. Bill, this investigation is just begun. This isn't even the beginning of the beginning. You know, yes, we have a subject in custody. You know, everybody's innocent until proven guilty in our constitutional republic. However, this is not done by any stretch. Our men and women out there in the Bureau have worked tirelessly all weekend. I just got back to D.C. Last night. And, Cash and I were out there on the scene. We walked the scene. We went through every single component of it. We saw the evidence up close and personal. And we went out there to be able to make command decisions with our team on the ground. And I think the process, although not perfect, of course, I think the process went pretty well considering we got him in 33 hours.
Okay, yeah.
There are
33 hours. Rob Jenkins says, remember reading about how Hitler would visit college campuses just to have conversations with young people? He'd tell them things like, get married and have kids and become the best version of yourself. Then he'd let them say whatever they wanted and then politely debate them. Remember that? No, you don't remember that because that's not a thing. But they've been screaming Hitler nonstop. Bill Maher remembers Charlie Kirk.
I might drink a little more than usual today because, I mean, I don't know when this is airing, but this is a shit day because a guy who sat there, Charlie Kirk, got shot today. Yeah. And I can't stop thinking about it. And
neither can I.
And we shouldn't. And if you're on the other side of the political divide and you don't care because the wrong team guy got shot, fuck you. You're what's wrong with this country. I might drink a little more than usual.
Thanks, Bill and Billy. Phil Mickelson says the assassination of Charlie Kirk is bringing out some of the best in humanity, and it's also exposing some of the worst. Quote attributed to Fox News, although I don't really believe any sports quotes anymore. Don Lemon fuming that the right is being mean and irrational to liberals who are celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk.
So there is, this is sort of a two different universes, two different worlds that we live in here in America. And I'm generalizing because there are some folks, there's some in every bunch. There's some who are black folks who are like, yeah, I loved him or whatever. Okay, fine. But those are few and far between. Let's just be honest. And so for the most part, people don't understand, like, what is this, all of this flags and half staff for, when most people had no idea who Charlie Kirk was, by the way. You know that, right? I meet a lot of people out there and you see my lives. They're like, I didn't really know him. I just heard about him when this happened, because it was mostly for like younger people who are really politically activated, like college people who are
spiritually activated,
just wanted to
trying to rebel against their crazy teachers, telling them crazy ideologies. 2 + 2 is 5. Men can get pregnant. Like, they've been bombarded with lies their whole life, and they finally started listening to truth. And the truth always wins. That's what Charlie told me.
College people like to fight on campus. And
no, Democrats like to fight on campus.
When I went to school,
Antifa likes to fight on campus. Trantifa likes to fight on campus. The right doesn't. I'm sorry, normal people don't.
LSU.
I'm not calling it the right. I'm not calling it the far right. I'm not calling it MAGA. I'm not calling it Republican. Normal people don't like to fight on campus. Lunatics do. Paid agitators do. Foot soldiers do.
We had something very similar, and it was called Free Speech Alley. I think Free Speech Alley is still there, where you could go to Free Speech Alley and you could say whatever you want. The thing is that you could then, and you would not get suspended or expelled or, disciplined for saying some shit. People just said whatever it is that they wanted at Free Speech Alley. Much of it was offensive, but
Offensive to who? Who gets to determine what's offensive?
I kind of liked Free Speech Alley.
Kind of.
But that's not the America that we're living in right now. We live in an America of cancel culture, and it is the cancel culture on the right now that is leading the charge. And the hypocrisy, I've been writing something about this. The hypocrisy on the right about free speech is, it's off the charts. Because think about it. If you actually believed in what Charlie Kirk said he believed in, didn't quite practice all the time, is free speech, then why are you out to cancel people who are using their First Amendment right of free speech to tell you how they feel about Charlie Kirk by using his own words? It doesn't make sense because Charlie Kirk didn't make sense, and so the response is irrational.
What?
So
the hell is this guy even rambling about?
They're trying to, all these people are Nancy Mace and Megyn Kelly and all these people, they can't figure out how they want to respond. Is he a crazy loony left liberal? Is he some sort of incel? Is he a furry? Is he whatever? Like they're spinning, trying to, how do we make this make sense? You can't, because it doesn't make sense. Because this is a myth. You're trying to build a myth on a myth. The things that came out of Charlie Kirk's mouth were much of it was hurtful, discriminatory. So there is, this is sort of two different universes, two different worlds that we live in here in America. And I'm generalizing because there are some folks, there's some in every bunch. There's some who are black folks who are like, yeah, I loved him or whatever. Okay, fine. But those are few and far between. Let's just be honest. And so for the most part, people don't understand, like, what is this, all of this flags and half staff for, when most people had no idea who Charlie Kirk was, by the way. You know that, right?
This guy is so despicable. Here's Steve Bannon.
I'm told that the reason that the video and what Michael Savage says and others about jumping off the roof is that he's got a gun in his hand and he drops the gun to the ground, the rifle. That's what when you confront him on that video, it said, "Oh, you guys are missing it. He actually has the rifle. He hasn't taken it apart. He drops the rifle down, and then hides it." So as an exercise, maybe during the next break or right now, pull it up. Maybe it is. Maybe it's just too fuzzy. I don't know, but the timeline makes no sense. Now they're putting out video that they got the guy walking around in shorts in the, because he had two costumes and walk around, or two sets of clothes walking around in the neighborhoods. Yet CNN played today again. CNN played the doorbell video we saw the other day where he's walking stiff-legged like he's got a rifle or part of a barrel or something in his pants. He's very stiff-legged. They played it again. So clearly that has not been refuted by the authorities. This is why this morning, first off, over the weekend, shifting this now not to a single murder, but actually to an investigation of a conspiracy. And as President Trump says, many investigations. He talked the other day about Soros in an investigation, the Soros involvement, all of it. I think you're going to see a much more sophisticated, much broader investigation into this. And today was a start. Cash and others went on the talk shows, particularly Fox, and they're putting out new information, DNA on the gun, all of that. But what we need is a daily, daily meaning every day. And if you can't start today because it's too late, then start tomorrow. But every day we should have a briefing by the FBI and the Justice Department. And I understand if Cash and Pam have more things to do, then have other professionals do it. But take the center of gravity out of Utah and put it in Washington, D.C. with federal authorities. And you can still have, if you need to, zoom those guys in or cut to part of it, and maybe they could do part of it out in Utah. But have central authority where we really know. And let's get a timeline down. Let's get it down so Michael Savage feels better, right? And Steve Bannon says, okay, now I do see the gun. I missed it for the, 2,000 times I watched that video. I missed it because I'm still missing it, and maybe it's accurate. But I don't understand the doorbell. And the car wasn't impounded. You haven't rolled up any of the Discord chat. It seems like we're being spoon-fed a narrative.
Grassy Knoll 2.0.
And this audience is not going to take it. And we're not going to allow the martyr, Charlie Kirk, to have a situation like a Grassy Knoll that decades and decades and decades later we're still arguing about this. We got to get to the bottom of it and get to the bottom of it now. And it's a national priority to get to the bottom of it now. We owe it to the widow, to the children, to Charlie Kirk, his memory, and to the nation to get to the bottom of this and do it now. I'm told.
So I'm getting pushed back on the poll of the day, whether Pope Leo should offer sainthood to Charlie Kirk. And there's criteria, there's waiting periods and stuff. And he was not Catholic. Charlie Kirk was not. Clemson has removed the teaching duties from those people. Investigating termination proceedings. Update there. But I did find on X that in so we're continuing the question, could the Pope recognize Charlie Kirk as a saint? And how many miracles could he? All you got to do is ask the TPUSA kids. Ask them how their lives changed when they heard what he was preaching and how their lives changed and how they impacted people. Oh, I don't think it'd be tough to find miracles throughout. I mean, just putting Trump back into office is a bit of a miracle. He helped broker that with Bobby Kennedy joining the Maha team. It's rare. It's happened in pre-Christian days. Like it's not really a modern thing to let a non-Catholic get not knighted, but nominated, approved as a saint. Charlie Kirk, he was a religious figure. He wasn't just a political guy. He was a religious figure. Like all these clips I'm finding, man, it's like nonstop, just breaking down the Word of God and the Bill of Rights and the Ten Commandments and Christian ideology and such. I don't know anything anymore. I don't know anything anymore either. That's why we talk about it together. Isabella Maria De Luca says Destiny, who's a popular far-left streamer, calls for conservatives to be killed more often so they fear speaking out or attending events. Domestic terrorist right here.
You need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events so that they look to their leadership to turn down the temperature. The issue is right now, they don't feel like there's any fear. Like, I don't know. It's like memes. It's just memes to everybody, I guess. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't care. I'm playing video games. Okay, I'm done today. I don't give a fuck. God, it's gonna be so fucking gay if I get killed in the next fucking 2 months of shit I'm doing. Well, the cuck shit out here. Please don't anybody make any actual fucking, the most cucked, weak ass, fucking bullshit ass speeches on my side.
What? God,
if it happens, holy shit, I'm gonna make a death note before I go out to go live and not. God, it's so cucked. It's so optics cucked.
The king of cucks calling other people cucks, says Robich.
You need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events so that they look to their leadership to turn down the temperature.
Fuck this guy.
The issue is right now, they don't feel like there's any fear. Like, I don't know. It's like memes. It's just memes to everybody, I guess. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't care. I'm playing.
Yeah, that guy needs to be charged. Fuck that guy. He's calling for specific threats against specific groups of people at specific events in specific locations. Fuck you. So, yep, the male New Jersey surgeon who cheered Charlie Kirk's murder has resigned, and female nurse who was suspended for calling him out just got reinstated. Dr. Matthew Young of Inglewood Health quit after Wednesday's troubling incident went down. We have accepted the physician's resignation. Here's J.D. Vance. Giving you the Charlie Kirk show on Real America's Voice. J.D. Vance took over the show.
After Charlie died, one of his friends and one of our senior White House staffers had left-leaning operatives in his neighborhood passing out leaflets telling people what he looked like and where he lived, encouraging neighbors to harass him or, God forbid, to do worse. While he was mourning his dead friend, he and his wife had to worry about the political terrorists drawing a big target on the home he shares with his young children. Are these people violent? I hope not. But are they guilty of encouraging violence? You damn well better believe it. We can thank God that most Democrats don't share these attitudes, and I do, while acknowledging that something has gone very wrong with a lunatic fringe, a minority, but a growing and powerful minority on the far left. There is no unity with people who scream at children over their parents' politics. There is no unity with someone who lies about what Charlie Kirk said in order to excuse his murder. There is no unity with someone who harasses an innocent family the day after the father of that family lost a dear friend. There is no unity with the people who celebrate Charlie Kirk's assassination. And there is no unity with the people who fund these articles, who pay the salaries of these terrorist sympathizers, who argue that Charlie Kirk, a loving husband and father, deserved a shot to the neck because he spoke words with which they disagree. Did you know that the George Soros Open Society Foundation and the Ford Foundation, the groups who funded that disgusting article justifying Charlie's death, do you know they benefit from generous tax treatment? They are literally subsidized by you and me, the American taxpayer. And how do they reward us? By setting fire to the house built by the American family over 250 years. I am desperate for our country to be united in condemnation of the actions and the ideas that killed my friend. I want it so badly that I will tell you a difficult truth. We can only have it with people who acknowledge that political violence is unacceptable, and when we work to dismantle the institutions that promote violence and terrorism in our own country. After Charlie died, one of his friends and one of our senior White House staffers had left-leaning operatives in his neighborhood passing out leaflets telling people what he looked like.
Madness. Yep, there it was. Cancel culture. Leftist fired simply for having a different opinion on whether conservatives should be murdered. Anyway. It's weird the VP is doing a show, in my opinion. I get what you mean by that. But it's all, think of it as a rebuke against the attempted stifling of free speech. We're not going to bow to your political terrorism. We're going to speak louder. We're going to speak more often. We're going to be more organized, and we are not backing down. You are not going to win. No, you do not get to dictate how this works. I see it as a big middle finger, and I think it's an important middle finger. And I wish Canada had more middle fingers going at your Trudeaus and your Carneys and the people taking your guns away and trying to stop the banking for the truckers and can't allow the donations and trying to force you to put things inside your body that you don't want. I want to see more of that middle finger spirit out of Canada. We need it. We need you strong up there. I mean, it's weird, sort of, but it's also a resilient drawing my line in the sand. I will not back down. You're not going to threaten me. You're not going to scare me. You're not going to silence me. Fuck you. Not to David, of course, but to the side that wants to intimidate, you know, like that gamer Destiny that's talking about how normal Americans need to be scared to go out in public and need to be scared to talk at events and need to be scared to be normal. No, it's backwards. You need to be scared, calling for your violent threats. You need to be scared with your ideology that we don't like, we won't accept, and it's incompatible with our civil liberties. They literally twist everything backwards. Up is down, left is right. I know it's weird, but I like it a lot. It's a big nope, you're not going to win this. And I like that. And that's what I wanted to share with you today. Thanks for being here. One more time, tip jar. We have a Patreon account called The New American Media. Please consider subscribing. It matters. It's helpful. It's appreciated. We also have Venmo and Cash App at my name, BrianEngelman. If you'd be so kind as to consider passing the collection plate or tossing something in the tip jar. And then PayPal is it's fuzzinstallment@yahoo.com. That's the email address, fuzzinstallment@yahoo.com, scrolling at the bottom of the screen. All these places are where you can find The New American Media. Please consider joining us on other platforms such as Instagram, Facebook, Truth Social, Rumble, Odysee, Twitch, Kick, DLive, and YouTube. Telegram and Signal at TNAM and TNAM Chat. On X at American_media_, and our podcast, The Agree to Disagree Show, on Spotify and Apple. I'll be back, I think, later today. I'm going to do a show covering the Cleveland Browns, their second loss in a row, 8 losses in a row, I think. Longest streak in a while. It's not looking good. Tomorrow I'll do Strictly Football with Mike Barra and Jim Mitchell and Ezrael Robinson at 6 p.m. Eastern, covering all of the games. Who knows? Maybe I'll live stream a game tonight. I don't know. We'll see if I end up watching it. There's 2 Monday Night Football games. Is that next week or this week? I think there's 1 or 2 tonight. 2 tonight? Or is that next week? I'm getting a little confused, but catch up with me on some of those. And I'll be back tomorrow at noon on the TNAM Daily Show. I appreciate y'all for being here. Please hit like. Please hit subscribe. Please share the show with some of your friends and invite them. Interact. Any hour played on any device with at least 1 click of volume, if it turns into an hour of watched content on YouTube for analytics. And if you comment something or heart or like the content, we're trying to get our monetization back. That would be 2 more tip jars on YouTube for subscriptions and super chats, and then 1,000 more views. And we're going to be able to apply to get our advertising revenue back. We used to make hundreds of dollars a month on Google AdSense revenues. And, I want that again. It was great when we were able to, if not pay our bills, drastically reduce the amount of money I had to come out of my pocket to dedicate 6 hours a day to research and produce this show. I do like what I do, but I need to earn a living. So it all matters. All of your help on YouTube matters. So keep up the good work. We're going to hopefully be able to click the apply button after midnight tonight when we cross that threshold, and then 1,000 more for the advertisements. So we appreciate you all for being here. If you like the show, tell a friend and consider helping us out. And we'll be back again tomorrow at noon. I appreciate you. I love you. And we will talk to you again soon. Take care, everybody. Peace.
Your guide to the truth.